It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Had me caught up in you since the night on
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. My time, watch me build another life, find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind, hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. It's electric. You always get the reaction. It's electric. Your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric. No, I ain't got a chance. I got no words. It's electric. Need you in your heart next to mine. It's electric.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you
Hello and welcome everyone back to the FSL Wildrift Open 5 powered by Intel and Yahoo. My name is Infinity and this time around for today we have AUTOLOSE as our co-caster, and AUTOLOSE, quite a bit of a long time since we've last casted.
Yeah, finally part of the FSL family here. So definitely excited for this action-packed Sunday. Yesterday I was watching the games for FSL, and just like previous iterations, opens 1 to 4, everything has been so action-packed when it comes to this female gamers going at it in the Wild Rift, and I expect nothing less today here in Infinity.
Oh yeah, these are the best teams now. We have 3 teams left in day 2. We have PEEKACHU, we have MXH Lotus Ladies. We also have Chasing Dreams now waiting in the grand finals. And these are really stacked players. And I'm really excited. I think before the series have started, AUTOLOSE, we were talking about MXH Lotus Ladies. We were talking about PEEKACHU. And we're going to see them happen. We're going to see it occur in front of our eyes for the lower bracket final.
And that's true. Again, PEEKACHU does have players that were heralded as the best in their region. That's one. Second is we were able to also witness them during the SEA Games, in where they were able to bag the silver medal, only behind Grand Sky Aries during that time. But MXH Lotus Ladies, again, is a team that did come from Vietnam, and we all know that Vietnam is a very strong League of Legends Wild Rift PC region. So this is going to be a very exciting matchup in the lower bracket final. And what awaits them in the grand finals is the big boss, Chasing Dreams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talked about SEA Games, right? I think 2 of the players from SEA Games are now in Chasing Dreams, and these players as well is really strong when it comes to team coordination, when it comes to in-game knowledge, because the history and the experience accumulated by these players are so much, and I'm expecting a lot of things today.
What are we on, like the second year of Wild Rift, right? And I think this is we're running towards the first year anniversary, or I think we just finished our first year anniversary when it comes to Wild Rift competitive, and the amount of experience that these players gained, some of them dating back to League of Legends PC days, just translated over here onto Wild Rift, and we have been seeing familiar names. They haven't been challenged throughout the entirety of their stay at the top. But anything can happen here, Infinity. This ladies that we have from PEEKACHU and MXH Lotus Ladies, they can put up a good fight. And on a good day, they could possibly upset the reigning and defending champions in Chasing Dreams.
Oh, definitely. I mean, anything can happen. Yesterday, in the lower bracket round 2, we saw 2 games that went to 30 minutes into 25 minutes, 2 team fights, 5v5 that went no casualties at all, no kills. So I think at this point in time, I cannot expect anything, because
fun?
I think those expectations are going to get broken.
But is it fun though?
I mean,
30
it's
minutes
fun. It's new.
that
It's new.
Goes the distance.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of my take as well, or how I view female Wild Rift meta. They often go for the scaling compositions. They are a fan of Orianna in the mid lane, the traditional mid laners. They don't often go for the assassins, and that is the main reason why we see this games go the distance at 25 minutes, at 28 minutes, in where the Elder Dragon is the win condition. Palms get sweaty, and one mistake could actually be the biggest difference maker. So I'm expecting the same thing to happen today for the lower bracket finals, but for the grand finals, things may change.
All right, let's see if those expectations are gonna get met. Because right now, we are jumping into the picks and bans on the draft for game number 1 between MXH Lotus Ladies and Pikachu.
All right, we do see that there are already bans that has been basically removed from the Wild Rift right now for our game number 1. Again, Infinity, this is a best of 3. And you could see already that there are 2 scaling champions that has been taken away here by the Vietnamese representatives. We have Ziggs taken away from the pool, also the Nasus, and a very staple support slash mid laner in the Galio. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see Gwen, Nautilus, and the Karma more on the support role being attacked by Pikachu.
Yeah, and I'm liking these bans so far. We've seen all of these champions be of a high pick rate from yesterday's matchups, so expect a lot of things from these champions if it is left open. However, surprisingly enough, MXH is going to lock in onto Olaf as their first pick.
And this is very, I would say, very bold of them to do. Again, Olaf is one of those champions that can easily be countered by going for the Jarvan, by going for the Camille, and it basically is screaming early game for MXH Lotus Ladies. So if our average game time of 25 to 30 minutes happen, Olaf really falls off in the late game. So this is kind of good for Pikachu.
Yeah, and the thing is, Pikachu is going even level playing field on that early game pressure. They're blocking onto Jace, and they want to match it up. We'll see, though, where these roles are going to go, because Corki is going to be the second pick for Pikachu. And as for MXH, they lock in on Lucian and Nami for their first phase picks.
I'm liking this from Lotus Ladies. Again, they have done their homework. Olaf is very good in the early game, and when you have a Lucian that is a traditional marksman, this is kind of the out-of-the-box marksman that we have. If paired up with a very aggressive support like a Nami, he basically has the early, mid-game, and late-game power spike. So this is going to be very interesting as to what the answer will be from Pikachu. Pikachu wants crowd control, wants disengage to supplement their damage, and Gragas is the perfect fit.
Yeah, and I think Gragas at this point is one of the most evergreen champion in the Rift. Not just because of his capability to engage and disengage, but also his flexibility as well in the Rift. You can flex him in mid lane, you can flex him as even support, top lane, jungle. Like, where would this Gragas go? Now, going into the bans though, we have Garen and Akali removed from the champion pool from both these teams.
You know what? This is quite surprising that they are the ones to ban the Akali. I guess this is just more of, Lotus Ladies knowing that it's not their style to go for the Akali. But Akali is actually very good against the Corki. You find the Akali, you find the Corki on the backline with your assassins, and that would be very good for you and your squad. Yeah. Another assassin has been banned here by Lotus Ladies. So I guess their rationale here is that they want to take care of their Lucian and Nami that is going to be very vulnerable in their backline. Now, what would be the first pick here by Pikachu for the second rotation? They still need the jungler. Unless they want to go for Jace jungler. Oh!
Same reaction. I mean, Kaisa with a Corki and Jace. This is looking like a glass cannon composition. They're really heavily relying on those damage to outscale the lack of defensive capacity of this draft so far. And as for MXH Lotus, they're hovering onto an Ahri. They're locking it in, and so they want to go for some pickoffs later on.
Will we see a Xin Zhao jungle for Pikachu? The Xin Zhao would actually be a perfect fit for Lotus Ladies because it basically negates double marksman composition that is currently being played by Pikachu. But they're going for the traditional counter to the Olaf, and rather than going for the Xin Zhao to counter all these projectiles, they want Camille to be basically the initiator, the engage. And it does look like Infinity that we would be seeing Jace in the jungle. It's not going to be Camille in the jungle. And I also want to give out a refresher as to how the names are being pronounced for Pikachu's side. Again, for the Baron lane of Pikachu, it's pronounced as banana, as in like a fruit banana. And then we have jungle, Jebi, mid lane, Awin, and then the Dragon lane and support does actually have English names.
Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you very much for that, AUTOLOSE. Now, before we jump into game number 1 here, Auto, paint me a picture. What can we expect from both these teams?
Late game. Just ultimate late game, right? You have a very good scaling composition for the side of Pikachu. Lotus Ladies does want to rush things up. They have the Ahri that is that does have a very good 2-item power spike. They do have a Riven that does have a 3 good item power spike. But then again, the question is, would they be able to penetrate the glass cannon composition or the front to back that Pikachu possesses right now? Because once these games go past 20 minutes, past 23 minutes, I'm really liking the draft of Pikachu.
Yeah, and yesterday we went that far, even further than 23, even further than 25, as we talked about a while ago. So there is potential that we can go to that extent. So we'll see. As you've stated, we're looking at the late game here for both these teams, and I'm excited to see game number 1. This is a lower bracket final. The winner here will go to the grand finals to battle it out up against Chasing Dreams.
That's true, which is a tougher task, I would say, just on paper, because from our notes, Chasing Dreams is like gunning for a 3P tier Infinity since Open 3 when they were named Tsuwaha. And then every Open, they change their name, but their result doesn't really change, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't change. And
Absolutely.
It's going to be a very exciting time as we head over to game number 1 here.
Yeah, and you know what? We could, I think, name them at this point. Not the best organization so far because they constantly change organization, but we could state them as one of the best teams in FSL, in the Wild Rift scene for Women's League. So really, really strong competitors here for League of Legends Wild Rift. I'm really, really excited. As of right now, though, lower bracket final, game number 1 is here as we enter the Rift. Very standard so far.
Yeah, again, the Nami Illusion is basically known to win the lanes for you and your squad, but apparently they're not getting the priority and they're getting poked out here by the composition from Pikachu. Basically, MXH Lotus ladies has to be careful of the level 3 all-in that Gragas possesses, right? On bot lane, it could be a kill threat. Meanwhile, on the top lane, this is a skills matchup.
Yeah, Camille versus Riven on top side. I mean, at this point in time, we all know that Baron laners are there to be more of mid-game. They're just there to just wait it out, play it out. They're on the weak side of the map, basically.
Yep, that's true. And this is a tough task for Banana as well, because one of the best early game tools that Camille has in the Baron lane is the ability to poke using the tactical sweep. But you could see that the mobility of Riven would be able to, negate the damage that comes from the tactical sweep. We can see that there is an attempt to go top side here from our jungler from Pikachu, but it would be mirrored here by MXH.
Yeah, and it's really just all about mobility coming in from these Baron laners. So at this point in time, I don't think it's going to be an easy task for them to, just get killed that easily, considering they also have flashes readily available. Camille and Riven are 2 of the most mobile champions in the Rift thus far, considering the current champions in League of Legends Wild Rift.
And it's kind of different from what we are accustomed in seeing in some of the professional leagues that we have in Wild Rift right now in patch 3.5. There has been adjustment in the experience department for the junglers. And so what we often see is a full clear for each, for each jungler, which is actually what is being done here by MXH Lotus ladies and Pikachu. But one thing that is different is their priority of the Scuttle Vision still remains at 1 minute and 25, which really helps the vision. So this ganks won't happen anytime soon, Infinity. I believe our first skirmish will most likely happen at 5 minutes.
Yeah, especially right now, level 5 already for all of these players, for both these teams, and those are considered like one of the initial standpoints of team fights, of those fights, or of those clashes that can occur for both these teams.
All right, we're still waiting for the very first engage, and it could happen on the top side here, Infinity. As we can see, I do have notes on how to pronounce it's not Ngokbe. I think it's, let me check. It is pronounced Niop. Niopbe.
All right, Nyokbe.
Niop.
learn new
No,
things
it's
every day.
letter P. Niop, lil bro. Niop.
Be.
Yeah, Niopbe. I know.
Okay. I learn new things every day.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Right now, though,
Charm
look
not
at
connected.
Claria. Claria has flash. Explosive cast is also there, readily available if ever they want to go for the engage, but too risky. Anis is playing very safe.
That's true. And Claria was actually in the area as well. So Ennis did go over aggressive. A punish from the support from Pikachu would actually be there. Now 2 for 2 for the, or 2 for 3 I mean, for the Scuttle Vision. We could see that Pikachu does want to protect their bot lane. And it does make sense, right? You have a hyperscaling or queen of the late game Kaisa would be more problematic as the game goes on. But there's still an engaged potential already available for Claria. She's already level 5, level 6. So the combo of Explosive Cask would be ever so present.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially like you have the flash available for Gragas as well for the flash body snap, followed up by the explosive cast. That could be a great combo to fight up against. But once more, Jay's going through on top side, 2-man roam, but Nyokpe, once again, playing very safe. I mean, this is the patience game that we were talking about for both these teams.
Yeah, too patient, I guess. Sometimes, but it won't hurt you. And as long as you don't get punished, you hear that sound, Infinity. I think that's the go signal. I think we'll have our very first fight here. Pikachu has decided to pick up the package. So now the transitions or the rotations in where you put your dragon laners onto the mid lane for faster clear, for faster response is going to happen. MXH Lotus ladies prioritizing the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're going for the Mountain Drake, and I think this is enough time for me to catch up. Pikachu though, starting this Mountain Drake very, very fast, and now the Tidal Wave going for the knockoff. Corki is very low, that's a kill, first blood for MXH. But Pikachu gets the objective as they want. Spirit Crush will not catch up. That will be a trade of objectives and a kill for MXH.
That's quite surprising though. Let me check my notes a bit and check chat later, because I believe she had the package, right? And normally if you have the package available, once you go for the special delivery passive of your Valkyrie, you would be in an unstoppable state. But she got cancelled by the Tidal Wave, which basically resulted into the death of Awin here from the mid lane of Pikachu. Quite surprising. I guess it timed out. Or maybe there's something that changed with the special delivery system of the Corki.
Maybe it's an unfortunate situation for Pikachu at the least, because it's not just about, you know, getting the first blood for MXH, but it's also one of the carries for Pikachu as well. So that's so much of value that MXH Lotus ladies were able to get, and on top of that, they were able to get Tower First Blood that brought them into a 1k gold lead.
That's true. That's breaking down the most important tower here for Pikachu. And this is just in time for MXH Lotus ladies, quote-unquote, game plan, which is to accelerate the game. You could see that Huyen and Vina is now transitioning over to the Baron lane side, but the wave clear from Pikachu would be there to negate any dive attempts coming from MXH Lotus ladies. Meanwhile, the double marksman, they're sharing resources here in the mid lane, but
Farm will not connect. Kaisa goes in for the Killer Instinct, and this is very low, so Aya's safe.
no casualty whatsoever. Skill shots missing means full disengage. That's basically the pattern that we have here. No need to go extra risky, especially if you're heavily reliant on your catch skills. And for MXH Lotus ladies, it all starts with Tidal Wave or from the Charm from Ennis. With both of them missing, there's no reason for them to pursue for them.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have what Gragas readily available to defend or respond. So it was quite a risky play if ever MXH went through and through. But for now, Pikachu, 3-man roam into the bottom lane, goes in to reflect and mirror the pressure that MXH is doing in the bottom side.
That's true. Meanwhile, Aya left here in the mid lane to farm, and again, the ticking time bomb is still on. Infinity. Again, we have a double marksman composition here from Pikachu. Not too shabby when it comes to scaling as well. For Jebby, which is basically the Jace for Pikachu. Things are actually going right. I know that there is a gold lead for MXH Lotus ladies, but if this gold lead won't, I would say, enlarge or won't balloon, then Pikachu should still be all smiles here.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's what, 1k gold lead in 8 minutes, and it's not that big actually. It's just like one team fight that could change the whole thing in your favor when it comes to gold advantage. So pretty much that is still not that bad so far. And again, the Tidal Wave will miss.
Yep. It does seem that their tidal wave is really their engage tool. Other teams would prefer it as the counter engage tool, but you could see that without the Ari, there's really no way for them to catch properly this Camille in the Baron lane. We all know that one hook shot could cover the distance, could cover a mile here in Wild Rift. So it's just so hard for MXH Lotus ladies without the Ari to start fights and to start pickups.
Yeah, and on top of all that, tidal wave is so predictable when you're using it up far.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So that puts also a pressure for MXH Lotus, that puts pressure onto Huyen. Like, how will we be able to use this? Because there is 2 times in a row we use our ultimates, and so far there is no one who got caught from it. Although right now, Pikachu though.
Yeah, that's a free Rift Herald that was just gifted over to MXH side, and this is what they need. Meanwhile, Alwyn, very safe and was able to sneak away with that sneaky recall in the brush top side. But this is what MXH needs, right? Accelerate the tempo, take down the first tier towers, and you can see on the bot lane, there is an attempt from Pikachu to go for a death push, but they would get detected here, Infinity.
Oh, tidal wave now connects onto Claria. Body Sam to go back and retreat. The charm connects the CC chain. Flawless, followed up by the Spirit Rush. Catching up, gets the kill. The calling is there to be forced, but Aya uses up the flash to go back to safety as MXH gets 1 kill.
Finally, MXH goes for a play that would involve NS on the area. Again, when it comes to pick potential, or when it comes to, you know, starting fights, starting skirmishes, MXH really is heavily reliant on NS being present. But we'll see. This could be a very aggressive Riven that we are seeing, because Noipe does have the Proto Belt. Normally we see stasis all across the board, but for our female gamers, they still want the variety.
Yeah, and I think there's a reason for that. We talked about this consistently all throughout this game 1 in 11 minutes, that they're lacking CC potential. They're lacking the engage tool. So Nyokbe would be that alleviation, going for the Proto Belt to engage it. But now, so much damage coming in from Corki. Jace is there to respond as well. The flash is there. The hammer is in. And they're going through and through to take that kill. A kill for Pikachu in 11 minutes.
That's a power of red buff. By the way, that's an electrocute coming from the Jace, so you could still say that the burst potential will be ever so present. And also looking at the itemization here by Jebby, that's the double armor penetration items that we have, vitality items that we have. Yomu's Ghostblade basically gives you more acceleration or more mobility, and I think that's what they need.
Oh, Hextech ultimatum onto NS. Spirit Rush.
Another one.
Along with the flash, gets back to safety, but Pikachu is there to put pressure in the bottom lane as they secure their second turret in this game.
Back-to-back plays coming from Pikachu, back-to-back positive plays for them, right? Again, it's their jungler making it happen. We did say in our notes that Pikachu, their quote-unquote star players are their Baron laner and their jungler, and so far they're delivering.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know if you have a reason for this, Auto, but Jace with a Duskblade, is there a reason for that?
That's a standard if you want to go for the all-out burst, because they're saying that the role here of Jace is to be the bridge from the early game to the late game. So what you want is the sudden power spike that would scale off, or that would fall off at the later stages of the game. But once he falls off, that's the time when, you know, you have the Kaisa and the Corki to do the job for you. So I'm okay with this build path.
I see. Because I was thinking, like, wouldn't you be able to use your passive with Duskblade for Jace?
I think you would.
Or just from the pokes, right? From the shock blast.
Yeah, from a distance, especially from Fog of War.
Okay.
The damage is just so absurd. That's my favorite build path when I'm playing ARAM. So don't question it.
I see. Hey, my bad. My bad.
Nah,
it's a genuine curiosity here for this Jace. Because I've seen...
It's fun.
Yeah, because I've seen yesterday, like, Serpent's Fang from a Jace instead. Down to a Yumu's Ghostblade and stuff like that.
Well, Serpent's Fang is also an armor penetration item that also gives them maximum value if the other members here by Lotus does have huge amount of shield. But you could see that there is only one shield getter here, and that's Noitbe.
Yeah.
No one's going for the Gargoyle enchant, so the value of Serpent's Fang won't be as much.
All right. Right now, Baron Nashor is alive though. Pikachu and MXH Lotus Ladies. We talked about this a while ago, Otto. You mentioned it, that if MXH Lotus Ladies do not balloon their gold lead, Pikachu is still on a safe spot. And right now, from what I'm seeing, there's only a 200 gold difference in lead for MXH.
Yeah, Pikachu is basically proving why they are the favorites, at least in this best of 3, because they know their win condition. And they're sticking through and through with that win condition. Apparently, or actually, there's a thing that I would want to highlight as well. And there you go. Thanks, Brad, for bringing up the items. You can see Divine Thunder for the Corki, and that's the anti-tank build.
Yeah.
Basically, what she wants to do here is to survive the all-in by Noitbe. And a Divine Thunder at that is actually a perfect buy. So I actually just want to commend Awin here with her item choice on this Corki.
Yeah, it's all about adaptability at this point. Like that, that is what separates you from the rest. You know, the knowledge and the experience from these players and from these teams make it so that they're able to do this. And as you've stated, Divine Thunder, anti-attack, and on top of that, a very sustainable item as well that gives you HP.
True. That's the best part. Oh, almost. I feared for Huyun's life there, because had her recall did not complete, I guess she would have to invest her flash. And a support that doesn't have flash basically is an all-in angle.
There's all in. Nyopbe going for the 1v1 up against Camille. Uses up the flash cable to go back. But there is the flash stun coming through from Nyopbe as they secure the kill onto the Baron laner.
Package.
Now the package though, the knock-up against Riven. But that is going to be a safe play from Nyopbe. But on the other side of the fight, you have Olaf going for the Ragnarok to engage. Spirit Rush into the backside, going in, but Stasis from Jay saves her life. But May uses up the flash once more to get that kill. But this is a 4-for-2 trade.
And this is what we're talking about. The front to back from Pikachu is just so strong. With their ability to shred the front line, the first to go down was May. She does have the Guardian Angel, but Ennis too far forward, I would say. The Spirit Rush reaching the backline, the burst wasn't there, and it all resulted in a 4-for-1 overall for Pikachu. They would still be able to get power here in the mid lane, which was the grand prize and the cherry on top of all.
Yeah, they need that. Why? MXH Lotus Ladies already secured the tier 1 turret mid lane. They had the map control advantage, but a 1v1 Blade of the Exile onto Corki. So close, yet so far. Both of these players are safe. No casualties from that fight.
Right, and that's Awin's item that basically makes her more fearless with the engages from Noitbe. Just because of the HP that she was able to get from the Divine Thunder, all those all-ends won't be as scary as it's supposed to be. Normally, if it was a different build, you could see a 100-0 full kill potential from Noitbe. But because of the itemization here by Awin, table has flipped.
Yeah,
basically. So Pikachu is just on a different level right now.
And you also have Status Enchant as more of the defensive capacity item. If ever it comes down to an all-in coming in from Nyopbe, from May, from Ennis, these players that have huge potential to engage. So I think that's also another safety net layer for Pikachu.
Another play for Pikachu is to play with Vision. And there is a Scuttled Vision, however, on the top side. So I guess in just 2 minutes, once the Elder Dragon is up and available, we could see another team fight here, Infinity. And again, I just fear for Noitbe here. Just the fact that she went for Proto Belt gives her less survivability. As a Riven, you basically want the stasis available for yourself, because it allows you to basically have your cooldowns up and running again for a second combo. But because she needed the mobility to be on par with May and Ennis, she wanted to go for the Proto Belt. I think she has to change it one way or another, because again, the burst potential from the front to back of Pikachu won't really give her enough sustain to live through any potential skirmishes or any potential fights.
most possibly, regardless of Black Cleaver and Divine Thunder, along with that stance, and maybe that's the reason why she picked up all these items to alleviate the lack of defensive abilities and defensive
Mm-hmm.
capacity for herself. And so far, both these teams are just dancing around the Baron Nashor. No one's going for an all-in because we talked about this yesterday. You have the innate disadvantage of going first on an objective because you're using up your skills, you're using up your cooldowns on that specific objective as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, Noibe, as we remember, she won that 1v1 earlier. So, that could be a win condition for MXH Lotus ladies. They could elect not to go for a 5v5, but rather have Noibe own the side lane, get the advantage from there, and basically win from there. Is it possible? Is it still plausible at this later stages of the game? I would say not, but it's better than nothing.
Right. Elder Drake will come up at 20 seconds though. This is what you were talking about, Otto. This is what you were waiting for. If Elder Drake comes up, another clash will occur. We'll see though if that happens.
True. Also, Lord Dominic's Regard has been bought here by Vina. One of the newer AD items that we have in patch 3.5.
Yeah.
That doesn't have the best passive of all. Did you know the passive about
it's like
of LDR?
extra attack speed, right? But a fight though, body slam onto 2. Tidal Wave is there, 3-man knockoff,
and
but that's
dead.
not enough. Pikachu will able to remove 1 members from MXH Lotus
Owing
ladies
from the
now onto the
side.
backside, going in for the package along with the Valkyrie, having a lot of space secured. And if though with a Spirit Rush, will be able to get some space there as Pikachu will be able to secure 2 kills from those fights and now have a 2-member advantage.
They can go for a full reset and they will still have time to go for the Elder Dragon. Remember, Elder Dragon does not really pose any damage threat from the opposing side. Yes, there is the jungler still alive and kicking for MXH Lotus ladies. But this is still a 5v3, a 5v4
for the Elder
Infinity.
Drake.
So, Pikachu...
They're going for the
Just-
Elder Drake!
I know, they're rushing things down. This is going to be very interesting.
Or could possibly be just a death rush. Claria is waiting on the Pixel Brush, waiting for Mei to come in. All members alive for MXH aside from Nyopbe. And Mei is there. Ragnarok is ready. The root is there to follow up the turnaround. Pikachu, as they secure the kill, they secure the jungler, and removing this would be so significant as there are 2 objectives ready and available in the Rift.
5 people still alive gets the Elder Dragon buff. And I think that's it. That's the winning, I would say, objective that you would need to really cement this 1-0 in the lower bracket finals. And we saw there the basically this decisiveness of Banana and Jebby to just go for an all-in onto Mei. Remember, this is an Olaf that they picked first pick, BP1 or Blue Pick 1. And they're proving once again that Pikachu, once you play Camille into an Olaf, things would go into your favor, and you could see it there. 1 Hextech Ultimatum was enough to shut down Mei.
Yo, the damage of Alwyn. The Baron Nashor got melted. How many seconds was that?
Maybe give or take 10.
It's so quick.
But that's a double marksman for you. I know, they're just on a rampage right now. Look at the items. You have a full item build for Jebby. You have a almost full item build for your double marksman. And they would just shred Mei and Noibe in an instant, especially knowing that they have the Elder Dragon buff. Remember, that's 2 damage for you, a burn, and an execute threshold. So once those HPs go below 15%, it's an auto execute.
Yeah. And AUTOLOSE, I have to commend you. You talked about 23 minutes, and I think you're a prophet. We're now nearing that 23 minutes, and Pikachu is now on a rampage. As you stated, they're going in for the pressure in. They have the Elder Drake, they have the Baron Nashor buff, and they're pressuring the top lane. They secured 2 inhib turrets. Now MXH Lotus has to defend if they could.
Oh
But the
my
question
God.
is if they can. Now Tidal Wave connects onto 3, no follow-up though, and now the isolation target. They kill off Ribbon, and that will end the game as Pikachu will strike first in the lower final.
Very good win condition for Pikachu. Stick through with their game plan, and it netted them a 1-0 lead against MXH Lotus ladies. What a way to start our day here, Infinity. And again, this is a best of 3. So match point for the Singaporean representatives.
Yeah, well, what a game, what a game. 23 minutes, they went in for the late game. It was a bit of a rocky road at the start, but they were able to push through.
And overall MVP was awarded to Jebby, which was the choice. I would agree with that, just because, again, in this type of composition that you want full scaling,
Uh-huh.
the biggest responsibility lies on your earliest game champion. And the early game champion for Pikachu, the ones that is responsible to thwart off or to fend off Lotus' attempt to rush it down in the early stages, is Jebby, their jungler. It's not often that we see Jace in the jungle, but Jebby is showing that she's very capable in playing this champion.
Yeah, and on top of like the early game champion, early game power spike, right? You also have the map presence from this player. You also have the map presence from Pikachu's jungler that was so significant in the Rift. She was going on top side, she was going in mid lane, she was going on bottom lane. The map presence is there, and that made it so that it became so much easier for Pikachu to just roam around and put pressure up against MXH.
And also, not to take away anything from the players of Pikachu, especially Awin on Corki. 36% damage share on an item build path that is not really known for damage. You have Divine Sunder, you have Solari Charge Blade. It's a mix and match of items here, but it was the perfect set of items against the composition of Lotus Ladies.
Yeah, and you also have GA on top of the Divine Thunder. So it's not really just
True.
the damage item build path, but still, a lot of damage has been provided by Awen. And that finishes game 1. They're already on match point. 1 win away to go to the grand finals.
And I think they're on their way. But we'll see.
We'll
see.
Yeah.
Things could still flip over, but we will have a very short break. And once we are back here in Infinity, we'll have game number 2 of this best of 3 special lower bracket finals.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. My time, watch me build another life, find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind, hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go
adventure. I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
And welcome back, everyone, to the FSL Wildrift Open 5 for the lower bracket finals, powered by Intel and Yahoo. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. My name is Infinity. Together with me is AUTOLOSE. And AUTOLOSE, we're already on match point.
Yeah, let's go for the quick attack, Pikachu, or will this be the Lotus ladies finding their lucky charms this time? The 4-leaf clover, I guess, to really upend and to go for the reverse sweep. Again, just looking at what happened on game number 1, it was just a perfectly executed game plan for Pikachu. There was just one thing that again made me curious, which was the special delivery or the package usage by the Corki that netted the first blood over to MXH Lotus ladies. And yes, I was right. You should be unstoppable. So maybe it really just timed out. I didn't know what the interaction was, but that almost gave the early game lead into a win to MXH Lotus ladies. So we'll see if those mistakes would get capitalized this time by MXH.
Yeah, and before the series started, before the game started, Otto, we were talking about, you know what, MXH shows blue again. What do you think will happen on this pick and ban? Is it going to be an Olaf once more? And what would be the scenario if it ever goes to that point?
Okay, so if they go for an Olaf first pick again, chances are they would have to respect, again, the Camille, the Jarvans, all those champions that could just basically negate the Ragnarok of Olaf. But if they still, remain, I would say, stubborn in their pick and ban phase, I'm seeing a golden path for the Pikachu ladies to really just go on a march towards the grand finals.
Yeah.
Still, I expect MXH Lotus ladies with their support system to have some variance with their pick and draft. And if they have a first pick available for them, I guess the best option is to take away the Jace, because we saw Jebi's ability to play the champion, and it's very effective.
Yeah, we'll see. As we're nearing onto the picks and bans for game number 2, Otto. And yesterday, the pattern was that no one's picking Yone. There was this one time that someone picked up Yone, but for the most part, Yone is not a priority pick.
Mhm. It's more of like the comfortability of these players to play Leone. I guess it's not within their playstyle. There are some champions that does the same, does have the same characteristics as the Leone. You have the Gwen, you have the Zed, and we know that Zed has been in the Wild Rift for like the longest time now. So
Right.
I guess give it maybe in Open 6 we would see that the champion be unlocked and be played by these ladies. But same set of bans for MXH Lotus ladies here, taking away the scaling composition or scaling champions in Nasus and Ziggs, but now has taken away the Gragas.
Ooh. Autolose? Open 6? Are you from the
Right, Ben?
future? Are you from the future,
Yeah,
Otto?
I know. It's Gwen, this Caesar's time. Let's go.
All right. Gwen, Jace, Rakan, these are the picks from both these teams so far. Pikachu with Jace and Rakan, they're going in for more of comfortability. They've used this before with a change of Rakan as a support.
Rakan is a very intriguing champion just because it's an enchanter, but does have the engaged potential. Rakan, when paired with an Olaf, is a very good champion. So it could have been just a takeaway because they knew that Lotus would still pick the Olaf. The good part for the good thing for the draft here by MXH Lotus ladies is that they have a very strong late game champion in the Gwen. So things could go in their favor once we have those 50-50s in the Elder Dragon fights. We'll see.
Absolutely. And a while ago, we were talking about Jarvan and Camille, and some new players may come into the stream and wonder why this is a soft counter or hard counter onto an Olaf. And Camille Ultimate, Hextech Ultimatum locks in onto the champion, and Olaf cannot negate that through Ragnarok, through Ultimate. And in similar manner,
of that, right?
Yeah, we have a video of that. It even if you go in with the Hex Ultimatum first and then you use Ragnarok, it wouldn't negate it. And regardless, it goes vice versa if Olaf comes first. And in addition to that, Jarvan 4 does the same job as well with the Cataclysm that locks in onto an Olaf. So that is the reason why this is a soft counter onto an Olaf.
There is also one thing that Olaf cannot counter with his Ragnarok, and that is dying. So if you basically just pick off the Olaf and basically focus fire on the Olaf, he dies regardless, right? Now, Garen has been banned away here, Nami as well. For the side of Pikachu, they don't want to deal with the Lucian Nami once again. And I have mentioned this, Infinity.
Yeah.
Zed is the better Yone, at least for now, for the FSL Wild Rift Open 5. Just because Zed is has been available in Wild Rift for like the longest time now. It's similar to a Yone, but I'm guessing that, Open 6 will be the Yone introduction / Aatrox introduction.
We'll see. I'm really excited for the next Open, if ever it comes down. As you stated, maybe you're from the future. But here, for the last pick of Pikachu, there is still a potential to go for top lane or jungle. So maybe a Jace jungle once again.
Or is that jungle? We saw it time and time again during WCAO. And it's already an option, especially against an Olaf. Because again, when we're talking about Olaf, his best trait or his best skill is the Ragnarok, right? But Ragnarok doesn't cancel the damage that you receive. Yes, you get resistances, but imagine if you're an Olaf going in, but the death mark from Zed is available to be focused on you. You would hesitate. And that's what Pikachu wants here. For Lotus ladies to just hesitate of them going in, is once they go in, and once this Olaf is so far ahead of the competition, he will just ravage and bulldoze everyone out of the way.
Yeah, and I think if Olaf uses Ragnarok as well, he would have a decrease in armor and magic resistance. Do correct me if I'm wrong though, Otto.
It's an increase.
Increase. All right.
It's an increase.
So we'll see how this would turn out. It's already game number 2, match point for Pikachu. I'm really excited. Paint me a picture here, Otto. What can we expect? Early game, mid game, maybe late game?
Should still be a Pikachu game to win, or I guess to lose. Again, just a pick up of the Zed. A Zed versus Ari is a quote-unquote skills matchup in the mid lane, but this is a Zed in the jungle, right? And we saw that Jace is now going over to the Baron lane, which is basically his home lane. Once you have the priority in these lanes, in the top and the jungle, especially for Pikachu, you will have a great time. Remember, when we studied Pikachu in a nutshell. We did say that their quote-unquote carries are the top side of the map. So once they have a better, I would say, angle towards their item paths, towards them winning the game on the top side, chances are Pikachu would win the game.
All right, so those are the conditions set by AUTOLOSE. We'll see if those will come into fruition for this game number 2. I'm really excited. What will happen here? Are we going to game 3 or are we staying at game 2 and go to the grand finals next?
What do you want? Want to go the distance? What's your prediction?
I want to go game 2. I want to see.
You want to go game 3?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Nah, you don't have to worry. I think the draft overall by Pikachu would enable them to net a 2-0. If it happens, that MXH Lotus Ladies would be able to force a game 3, that's also possible. But they would have to do a lot of things correctly in order for them to force a game 3. Again, they decided to go blue side once again on game number 2. This is their choice. They feel confident. They feel comfortable going on blue. So far on game number 1, it did not really give them the win. But on game number 2, we'll see. Maybe it's the Gwen factor once again that would carry Lotus Ladies onto the third game.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about Gwen. Because this is what I'm going to say, right? Both these teams were on a even level playing field for the most part. Their goals were even in 15 minutes, 18 minutes, 20 minutes, and it changed towards the favor of Pikachu when they won a team fight. But MXH Lotus, this states that they have the ability, they have the capacity to go hand in hand up against Pikachu. And I think with Gwen, as you stated, as a very late game champion, to be on par with the likes of Ezreal or maybe Vex against Pikachu, I think there is a potential for this to go to game 3.
Yeah, but they got cheesed right away. You saw Noibe faced against... this is already a losing matchup, going against the Jace, right? But what Claria did was to actually just support the Baron lane to force Noibe out of the picture. And what it was, or what it netted them, is a total net positive just because Noibe missed some minions XP and gold. You now see a level 2 against a level 1 in the top lane, and you could still see Claria wants to punish Noibe. They don't want Noibe to really scale well into the late game, at least in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and we always mention this in the draft that Gwen would be the winning condition for MXH, and Claria knows about this. Pikachu knows about this, so a huge pressure on top side would mean that Nyombe will have a very difficult time into achieving that.
Yep, and you won't be able to dive with an Olaf in the Lucian bot lane, so now the dive here by Pikachu won't get answered.
Grand entrance onto Braum. The fear is there onto these two members as Jace jumps in.
Over-aggressive.
Power dives Zed into the backside.
Wow.
Gets the first blood. Now Gwen. This is a 4-man roam from Pikachu. And now the flash is there from Vex. The trade will be secured as Claria will be ignite. Tick, tick, tick. The double kill for Anise as they get the third. MXH gets to punish Pikachu.
And that's the botched tower dive that MXH Lotus Ladies needs in order for them to have a better chance to scale well into the late game. Lotus Ladies, again, did get, or was very reactive, but with Annie's roaming topside, and with the help of the tower, Noibe, and Ennis was able to get 3 kills in the process. Basically, just furthering their chances of winning and extending this series into 3 games. Well played, Lotus Ladies.
Yeah, and that's really significant because a while ago, Gwen did not have lane prio, and just because of those 3 kills, just because of that one mistake from Pikachu, Nyompe is now on an advantage up against Jace.
True. It's basically negating all that you have planned for if you're Pikachu. But still, they have a very good late game insurance. We have Aya on this Ezreal, and that is also one of the scaling champions that we have. Still, MXH Lotus Ladies, look at May. May is planting here bot side. Oh, another dive.
But not enough though, not sufficient to get that kill, but still. Good progress, they're really pressuring on top side. Vex goes in, Fear is there, they still secure the kill.
Like how the win condition of Pikachu never changed. They want to really punish Noibe to a point that Noibe won't be relevant come later stages in the game. MXH Lotus Ladies though does their homework and go for a trade of plates. They're focusing down the tower here in the bot lane. Will they be able to take down the tower? I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
won't be
basically
able.
with tower plates up, the more tower plates you get, the more resistances the tower gets. Whoa, solo kill.
Oh, Vex going in, and Nis is there, kills
Nice
him off
one.
as she uses up the flash to go back to safety. Just a good pickoff overall.
Yeah, that's Ennis by herself, just winning the lane. And just recognizing that the flash is down for Vex or for Awin. And remember, Awin is supposed to be the soft counter for this dashes just because. Oh, wait.
Once again, two-man roam from Pikachu. It's just
Yeah.
Nyope time and time again getting picked off.
Right. They want to build a house and it starts with a brick with Noitbiz's name on it. So that's what they're doing here, Pikachu. Again, just going back to my point earlier, Vex is quote-unquote the supposed counter for the dashes just because of, your fears would be available with all these dashes. Rushat Barrage is going to be used to just clear some minions here on the bot side. Still, with the way the games are progressing, this is still anyone's game here, Infinity.
Oh,
Earlier, I did say, at 23 minutes, it would be a win for Pikachu. But now, I feel that Noitbe's ability on this champion would be the biggest factor. I know she's being targeted down, but on the other side of the map, everyone from MXH Lotus ladies are actually performing well and farming well.
Oh, Infernal Drake though, being started by MXH Lotus ladies, and Zed is coming back home, so no junglers
Dragon?
able to get that steal.
Ooh.
So Pikachu not be able to contest as MXH secures the Infernal Drake, no contest.
If they win this game, it will be because of Ennis. Ennis is currently 3-0.
Yeah.
She has to take care. She has to make sure that she doesn't get picked up. That shutdown gold is very juicy right now. The pokes are coming in from Pikachu.
We'll see though. Remember, Zed has ultimate already, so Ennis is the target for Pikachu to be able to kill, get that
This is a
gold
5v3.
bounty. We'll see though, as this is a 4v5. Glacial Fisher is already gone. Quickness is there. Tree Man
Oh my
knocked off
God.
the charm as they cake the kill onto the support. Claria is dead, but Pikachu still
What?
has the eyes on the Rift Herald. But MXH once again, the miracle play as they get this kill with 2 kills on top of it.
True, and Ennis is still alive. Again, Ennis has been so on point with her charms. Not like on game number 1 in where we saw Pikachu just negating the Ari factor. But now, it's a totally different story. They get double objectives at 5 minutes. They can accelerate the game. They can summon this Rift Herald on the mid lane, open up more tower plates for themselves that will basically solve in 30 seconds. And it basically helps Noitbe to scale well into the late game. So far, Lotus ladies is just on fire on game number 2.
Yeah, and at this point, you're questioning what Pikachu is doing. Is it worth it? Because they're pressuring on top side, they pressured in onto Nyope, but the rest of the lanes, the rest of the map is being controlled by MXH.
True. It starts with Ennis. Again, Ennis has been on fire on this area. I want to see the scoreboard. I want to see her items right now. Because I recognize that, yeah, there you go. At 3-0 too, with a farm of 5.7k, she's a one-shot threat for Lotus ladies right now. Once her charm connects onto any target, be it Rakan, be it Ezreal, or even the Vex, it will be an instant shutdown.
Definitely. And of course, shout out to Observer and Prod. Right now, though, Pikachu going in for the 2v2
Whoa.
flashes there. Ragnarok to follow up, but that is not enough. Zed is back to safety, and Olaf will not be able to secure
Vex
that
is here.
kill. Vex Rakan going into roam top. Nyope is
Shadow
trying to go
Surge.
back. Vex uses
It
up the
connected.
dash. They get in. The quickness is there to go for the charm. The CC chain is flawless as Pikachu get the kill.
Awin still is pretty much on point with her skill shots. Meanwhile, Aya won't be able to defend this tower. She doesn't have enough wave clear to go against this three-headed lineup of Lotus ladies here in the mid lane. Awin is doing her part. I would say that, but still the problem persists.
Yeah.
This mid laner from Lotus ladies, if she continues to be a problem on the side lane, if she continues to be a problem with the spec composition that they are running right now, things would go in the favor of Lotus ladies. But we'll see. There is still a window for Pikachu to prolong this game to a point that Aya's damage would be very, I would say, very hard hitting.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it comes down, with Pikachu's ability to extend this game to the late
Yeah.
game.
And even if you put a lot of pressure on the top side a while ago, that Mark though
Oh, Ennis.
coming in onto Ennis, looking for that kill, looking for that trade, will not be able to secure it. CC chain, Ennis is ready for the charm. Claria is there,
Battle
too
dance.
quick, too fast, as she goes back to safety. But on top side, Nyoppe secures the turret. This is what we're talking about. MXH Lotus's control of the other lanes, so much value.
Yeah, you make a play on the other side of the map, and it does get answered by Lotus ladies. And this, time and time again, escapes this threats from Pikachu overall. And it's a net positive once again for Lotus ladies. They were able to take down the tower, was able to defend the tower here on the bot side. And I'm feeling that the Pikachu is trying too hard, for the lineup. I know that they have a Rakan that wants to go in, but so far, all this engages from Claria has been questionable at best.
Yeah, and there's just a lack of tankiness coming from Clara. If you're looking at items as well, I think that would be a Rod of Ages first item, I believe. Something similar, or Abyssal Mask.
Possible. For Claria, I think possible Warmugs, maybe? Because it really depends. It's still open, but Rod of Ages at this at this later stages of the game won't be ideal for the Rakan. So maybe it's something else.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about, right? Like, how would this turn out for Claria? I don't know what item that would be, because at this point, there's just a huge difference of items, a huge difference of gold.
Wait,
MXH.
it got summoned right away? Whoa. Okay. The Rift Herald gets summoned top lane. Meanwhile, MXH Lotus ladies does set their sight over to the dragon.
Yeah, I think this is intentional though. You have the Ocean Dragon alive, so MXH Lotus ladies would look to pivot for that objective. However, Pikachu looking for the 3-man roam on top side. Nyoppe is in danger. Deadmark is there, followed up by Vex Spear and the CC chain once more. The team coordination is just perfect, spot on for Pikachu as they secure their second turret in this game.
That's one of the lanes down for the side of Pikachu. But you could see that the response from MXH Lotus ladies is to take down the dragon and also put on the pressure on the other side of the map. Still a net positive for MXH Lotus ladies. It's okay. I would say it's a play that I would give 3 out of 5 stars. But they still need more than that if you are a Pikachu fan in order for them to turn around this game. Possibly a 5v5 a 3v4 skirmish that would favor them would basically change the tides of this game, because so far it's been all MXH Lotus ladies.
Yeah, and it's not just about a goal difference now that we're talking about. You have 2 dragons for MXH. You have significant map control of the whole game. Like tier 1 turrets across all boards is gone for Pikachu. So at this point, at this state, MXH has the clear-cut advantage.
And there's like this is a good lecture on how to still be active, still be aggressive even when you're behind.
Oh,
Wait.
Lotus use up the flash for Jace, followed up by Vina. That is a flash for Flash Baron though.
Yep, Shadow Surge connecting onto Huyen.
Vex going in, Glacial Fissure to disengage, but there is on the backside, you have the culling to prove a lot of damage, but so far no casualties done from both sides.
Just the infinite value coming from the Unbreakable of the Braum of Huyen. First, negating the damage from the True Shot Barrage, and of course, having that threat of the Glacial Fissure will upend any chase potential, as we see Mei and company here in the mid lane. Pikachu, they have the right idea. They again, Awin's ability to go for the perfectly executed Shadow Surge into a Fear has been commendable for Pikachu, but still, MXH Lotus ladies, if you take one side of the map, they take 2. So very well played, at least in the early stages of this game number 2.
Yeah, and 2 is always better than 1. We'll see though how Pikachu will answer on this disadvantage in 13 minutes. And you know what, Clario went in for the Imperial Mandate instead of the prior items we've mentioned.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a support item that is basically we are accustomed in seeing for almost all champions. Rakan even is also a good option for Imperial Mandate. But what I'm really impressed about from MXH Lotus ladies,
Charm connects onto Ezreal. That is good. Glacial Fissure to follow up. The knockup is there onto Aya. Unbreakable Will for Braum to disengage and negate those damages coming in from Pikachu. But so far, once again, no casualties, no kills from both sides.
Again, just going back to my point, aside from Ennis, I'm really impressed with how Noipe has been playing this game. Remember, she was supposed to be on the back foot the entire game. But even with 4 deaths, she's doing her job. She's putting on the pressure on the whole map. And I just cannot stand, or I just couldn't help but commend this Baron laner coming from Lotus Ladies, that even if you get targeted down, she doesn't get tilted at all.
Oh yeah, definitely. And on top of all that, the gold difference from both Baron laners is not that far. Yes, it's 800 gold, quite significant if you do an individual matchup comparison. But we're talking about a 2-4-3 champion up against a 2-0-2 champion.
At least now, the Zed is 1 level away from level 13, which could be a difference maker when it comes to death mark cooldowns and all that. Because right now with the composition that they have, you need this Zed to go on the side lane. And now they're doing as such. And they assassinate Noipe.
That mark is there onto Gwen, followed up by Jace. Scissors. Cut will not be enough as Noipe 2v1 will get killed. But Pikachu on the other side of the map, Vex is in danger. Uses up the Stasis Ancient. Glacial Fissure to knock up onto Rakan. Vex is there. They want only one left under the turret. And this should be a statement of death as MXH secures him.
This is a base race Infinity. Remember, 2 champions are still in the bot lane for Pikachu, and I guess they would be successful in taking down 3rd tower here in the bot lane. Successful base race for the side of Pikachu, and in 10 seconds the Mountain Dragon comes up. Overall, finally a winning play from Pikachu.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now they have the natural lane pressure in the bottom lane, in the bottom side, especially considering that the Mountain Dragon is alive. So much value out from Pikachu.
That's crazy. Pikachu was able to turn things around in the snap. And this Mountain Dragon, they are in the position to contest this. I know that Awin is still in the death chamber, 5 seconds.
No info.
But if you are Pikachu, you don't want to give 3 dragons. They have no choice. They just gave it away, Infinity.
Yeah, Baron Nashor is alive though. Pikachu is still there up in this objective. As MXH Lotus Ladies is patting themselves on top side now. They have the dominance onto the Baron Pit. What will happen next?
Just play the map and make sure to punish Noipe over and over again. Once Noipe's aggression goes checked, things will open up for your map. And Pikachu knows that their next play will revolve around the top side of the map, since they already was able to take down the tower on the bot lane. The win condition for Pikachu in the next 1.5 minutes will be to take down the tower in the mid lane of MXH Lotus Ladies, and by doing so, they would open up angles for them to put in the vision on the blue quadrant of MXH Lotus Ladies and play from there. So we'll see if Pikachu would be able to take down this tower, because I guess I really believe that this tower is standing in the path of Pikachu's ability to finish up and to close out this game.
Yeah, and this is the topic consistently for each and every single tournament, even in Season 0, that mid-tier 1 turret has just so much value in controlling the game and controlling the map, because you get control out from taking the tier 1 turret in the jungle of the enemy team.
And they're poised in taking it down. Look at the bot lane though.
Ennis, left flank, will not be able to connect that charm, has to opt to back away.
There's like a buddy system that is happening right now, Infinity. Jebby and Banana is just the best buddies here in the bot lane, and they want to punish Noipe once again. Even though that they were able to take down the inhibitor turret already on the bot side, Pikachu still wants to make a play against Noipe. They know that their win condition is to really just punish Noipe over and over again to open up the map for Pikachu. But I guess right now, they have to make a concentrated effort to take down this tower, because it negates a lot of play potential from Pikachu.
We'll see, because this is currently just a dance from both these teams, and so far, as you mentioned before, MXH has 3 dragons, and at this point, Otto, what would be that perspective that Pikachu has to take? Because they cannot pick off Ennis time and time again consistently, and is just able to go back away.
It's not Ennis. It's not Ennis that you have to be scared about. I realize that, right now, going against or going for Noibe is actually a good play. But right now, what they need to do is to really converge into a 5-man strong unit here in the mid lane, be an absolute unit, and take down this tower. That's been their bane so far in their entirety of this game. Once they take down the tower in the mid lane, things will open up for their squad. But MXH Lotus ladies, with the wave clear that they have, they're not allowing Pikachu to really take down this tower in the mid.
Alright, we'll see though. Pikachu hovering themselves into the mid lane. As you stated, this could be an opening for them to take that third, but MXH has mirrored this rotations coming in from Pikachu. They're going on for the 5-man roam, and once again, one team fight can change everything. Remember, the Baron is alive at this state of the game. We'll see if Pikachu can overcome this kryptonite of a tier 1 turret mid lane.
True Shot Barrage going to be invested, but still, the blue has been secured. Do they have vision? The answer is no.
Oh,
that's the thing.
Grand entrance. Olaf, they follow up. Pikachu is there, going in for an all-in. And now Culling is there to disengage.
Jungler
but at
down?
this point in time, Olaf is very low. The charm is there as they secure Rakan, followed up by Jace. A 2-for-1 for now. And the backside looking in for the left flank. And it stays enchant for both these players. But there you go, the double kill as Awan is dead. Now the only ones left standing is Aya and Zed for Pikachu. Traded with a 3-for-2.
It's a 3-for-2, but you know that it still is at the advantage of MXH Lotus ladies. They know that the jungler and even Aya is forced to go home. This Elder Dragon could be their passport to a game number 3 Infinity. Less than half health on the Elder Dragon.
Oh,
Can Jebby do this?
Steal? No, the charm is there. This is so difficult now for Zed to be able to go through. The shadow is there, going in for the smite. They get the steal onto the Elder Drake. MXH Lotus. This cannot happen. Pikachu is still in the game.
Right, and I know that there will only be one wielder of the Elder Dragon, but this is enough. This is sufficient. Aya, one of their best damage dealers in the game, still has the Elder Dragon buff. And what a sacrifice. What a miracle play coming from Jebby. Jebby MVP for Pikachu.
Absolutely,
at least in that steal.
Oh, this is so crazy, Otto. I was thinking maybe we'll go to game 3. There's Caster's Curse, but no.
Yeah.
Jebby's still in the game. Pikachu's still in the game at 21 minutes, and they're pressuring mid lane. They've secured 2 turrets already, and this is what their problem was just a while back, but AU overcame it. This is their kryptonite. We'll see though what the next position would be for them.
Now it's all about supplementing their vision game on the blue quadrant of Lotus ladies. There's no reason for them to overstay their welcome here in the mid lane. Yes, you have the pokes from the Ezreal.
Onto one. Uses up the flash onto Alwyn. And now it's Aya going back. It's just too mobile for Pikachu for MXH to pick up.
They still have the pokes coming from the Ezreal. Remember, he still has that glowing buff on his feet. He still has the Elder Dragon here. Infinity. I'm waiting for the executes to happen, but it's not happening just because of Huyen's ability to negate some of the pokes because of the Unbreakable. So far, Lotus ladies still standing their ground, defending this mid lane.
Yeah. This is putting up pressure. They're utilizing the Elder Drake. They're utilizing this capacity out of fear onto Braum.
Oh my god.
Puts her at half HP
Braum is so
already.
tanky.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll look at the pivot from Pikachu. They're going in for a 4-1 with Zed pressuring on top side, forcing out May to go in the same lane. And Pikachu is just still there in the middle lane. They're not giving up. Glacial Fisher onto Claria. That's good. That's amazing. Stasis Enchant going to be forced. Flashed away to go back to safety. Now Ragnar from Olaf is there, but the fear just cancels it out. The negation from Pikachu is so good.
And again, the natural pushing wave on the bot lane stopped MXH Lotus ladies to advance their chase. Because even if they were able to chase, the kiting potential from an Ezreal, from a Vex, is just too much for Lotus ladies to handle. Still, with just one Elder Dragon, we saw the gold lead of MXH Lotus ladies dwindle down by a bit. I know that MXH Lotus ladies is 8k ahead, but we're nearing the point in where all these ladies would have full items on their champions. We're at 23 minutes now, Infinity. So the goal lead won't be as relevant as it was from a minute ago.
Yeah.
It will all come down to execution.
Baron Nashor's still alive though. So far, This Baron has been alive for how many minutes now? 8 minutes? No one's
know.
taking it. Oh,
Oh, hi.
May. Risky play. Is there looking at up Pikachu.
Claria needs more tanky items. Almost always when she goes in, she dies in the process just because of the Glacial Fissure and the threat of the whole squad of Lotus. Now we're playing ARAM. 4 people from Pikachu is here. And the pokes are very, I would say, favorable when it comes to this standoffs. And they're playing to their strength.
Glacial Fissure onto Aya, but too dangerous to just go in. At this point in time, you have Rakan with ultimate ready, and you also have Vex for the Fierce. So there's a lot of CC potential to be able to go through.
And this is the right play if you are Pikachu. Again, it's not often that we see junglers go for the side lane, but it's the Zed that we're talking about. One of the best side laners that we have in the meta right now. Pikachu wants to go for a quick attack here. Wink, wink. We'll see.
Quick rush. Oh, let's go. Karya is there in the front line, zoning away the enemy team. Elder Drake being started by Pikachu, baiting out MXH Lotus.
Is it their time now? They are still continuing to put on the pressure on this Elder Dragon. There is no vision at all from MXH Lotus ladies. Pikachu knows this. They have vision wards. They know they don't have vision here, Infinity.
Half HP already for the Elder Drake. Pikachu might just have to take this. Glacial Fissure is there. Knockup is onto Claria. One man down. And Zed is very low. But they still get the Elder Drake. Now Pikachu gets a significant buff.
Run away!
Galme flashes in with the Ragnarok as well onto Jace. They lost 2 members in trade for the Elder Drake.
Now Lotus wants to go for the Baron. But this is very risky, Infinity. Teleports has been bought by Pikachu's squad. Remember, if you go for this late game Baron is very much hard hitting at this point. Does have a lot of HP. But we'll see. Is it enough though?
Let's see. Zed.
Another
in.
steal?
They won't be able to get it. And now it's Zed popping with a GA. MXH Lotus has the dominance into the Baron pit. And now uses up the flash to be able to go back to safety. But Braum is there to disengage any potential engage coming in from Pikachu. And that is just it. 1-for-1 trade. But for now, only 2-3 members from Pikachu has the Elder buff.
Yep. And 5 man strong with the Baron buff for MXH Lotus ladies. I think that right now Huyan DT has been like the biggest anchor for Lotus ladies. I know that I did commend Ennis time and time again throughout the early game of Lotus ladies, but now it has been Huyan on this Braum, negating a lot of damage coming from Aya and company. My god, this Braum is just so tanky in front of everyone here, Infinity, and they want to take down this inhibitor tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, they just need some opening, but at this point with Braum there in the front lines for MXH, it's so hard to pivot their way into a win. And right now, Inhibitor is the only one left standing for Pikachu in the base. Vex will not be able to connect on the backside. Zed is in danger, has to use the shadow to go back. And now it's MXH going in for the Nexus. The Nexus is open. Everyone has their eyes locked in on the prize. This might just go into game 3 as Nyope pressures in as they secure game number 2 in the lower finals.
I guess my MVP right on that game was the Braum. I want to see how much damage was taken by this Braum, because there's just a lot of damage that was tanked by the Braum all throughout that game, and she by herself, she was able to negate Aya's pressure. Let's look at the damage taken. It's 9,396. It's actually fairly lower than May's damage taken, but I guess it's pre-mitigation or post-mitigation. We'll find out in a bit, but still, for me, in my eyes, in my opinion, Huyan was the biggest breaker or momentum breaker for the side of Pikachu.
Yeah, and this was shocking. If I'm looking at the stats, overall, Pikachu
there you go.
Did
just the amount of damage that was mitigated by the shields that Huyan was able to present. 37k damage mitigated overall by this Braum pickup by Lotus. My god.
Yeah, the Unbreakable Will, just too much. On top of that, Huyan was building onto tanky items, right? So that just put it at a very good state with the Dead Man's Plate and also the rest of the items that she was able to build up. And now into game number 3, I think we were being critical of the Ola from a while back, but it looks like it came into a net positive for MXH.
Yeah, at least the early game wasn't as big of a deficit, or wasn't that problematic for Lotus side. Again, it has been NS that really bridged through the early game to the late game for the side of MXH Lotus ladies. Had it not been for NS, it could have been, a 2-0 walk in the park for Pikachu. But again, MXH Lotus ladies mid laner, NS in the early stages, and on the later stages of the game, Huyin again on this Brom, just too tanky, just too big for Pikachu to handle.
Yeah, a fantastic series so far to start this day off at the lower bracket finals, game number 3. This is looking quite a spicy series, and these teams are really the best of the best so far to go into the grand finals. Once again, for the viewers watching at home, Pikachu is from Singapore and MXH is from Vietnam. This is a best of 3 series, so 1 game win away for both these teams to be able to go to the grand finals. But for now, that is it. We're going to take a short break. My name is Infinity, and this is AUTOLOSE. Don't go away. We're going back for game number 3.
Adventure. I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. like you do. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. It's electric, you always get the reaction. It's electric, your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric, no, I ain't got a chance. I got no words, no words. It's electric, need you in the heart next to mine. It's electric.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FSL Wild Rift Open 5, powered by Intel and Yahoo. And now we're on the last hurrah of the series. My name is Infinity, and this is AUTOLOSE. It's already on match point for both these teams, Auto.
Didn't expect it to go the distance, but MXH Lotus ladies is saying, no, you're wrong, AUTOLOSE. We're going the distance, and we're going to a game number 3. This is all for the marbles here in Infinity. Winner advances to the grand finals, while the other would have to face again, or would have to settle for third place finish. Now, Infinity, there's a lot to unpack with what happened during the draft on game number 2. But as we near over the game number 3 draft, we heard that there would be a change of sides this time around, or is there? Let me check. Pikachu shoot. No, it's still the same. It's still the same side.
Yeah.
We're still on the
Pikachu
same side here.
chooses
In
red.
PD.
Yeah, I think it's more of comfortability. I think Pikachu wants to go for more of a counter rather than to go for prios, right? Because the advantage of picking blue side is that you have first pick, you have a prio on a single champion. As for red side, you're more of a counter type of draft. You're more of a counter type of side.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. We'll see how that would turn out for both these teams, because so far this is a 1-1 series. And I'm excited to see this game 3. Like, how would this turn out? Is this going to be a 25-minute game once again?
Possibly. I just prefer a double marksman composition for the side of Pikachu better. Just because we saw, yes, it was effective during the early stages of the game. We saw the Vex, but the damage potential of Vex come late game isn't as impactful as the Corki, right? I think that's the biggest contrast from what happened on game number 1 and game number 2. And I know that Awin knows this. Awin should decide for herself that, hey, you know what? I'm not here to set for my teammates. I'm here to deal the killing blow. Because just from what we saw earlier, Aya's damage wasn't as impactful because, again, Huyin on that Braum was just so tanky.
Yeah. So, is this going to be like a Braum ban? Is this going to be an Olaf ban? Like, what are the bans going to look like? What are the picks and going to look like? What are the draft going to look like?
I predict a heavy priority on Corki. That's just my thing.
Yeah.
I think they would elect to go for what was the winning combination during game number 1, which was the Corki in the mid lane and another dragon laner in the bot lane. Remember, Aya was on Kaisa on game number 1. They didn't get punished in the early game as much on game number 1. And on game number 2, there is a revelation that it goes the distance. So the best way to fight games here in FSL, at least in my eyes, because it really goes the distance, is to go for a full scaling composition rather than going for a mid-game champion like a Vex.
Yeah. And we've seen it happen yesterday. We've seen what? Tristana. We've seen Vayne. Like, these champions are hard scaling champions towards the late game. You know? So we could expect that once again if ever it comes down to it. So we'll see how the picks and bans will turn out. and we are almost there into this game number 3 onto.
True.
Aside from the late game champions, is there any expectations when it comes to picks?
There is also an interesting development that we are seeing here, Infinity, across our message board. That there is a potential that Noibe won't be playing, and that we would be that they have to fill in Maylin. There's also a notice for us that there will be a penalty for MXH Lotus just because of some regulation concerns on their punctuality, and they would be losing the first ban. And this is huge. Remember, their bans earlier was to negate some scaling component from the side of Pikachu. They were banning the Nasus. They were banning. What else was their ban? They were banning the Nasus, the Gragas, and there's another scaling champion. I guess that was the Ziggs.
Wait. Yeah, Ziggs. I think what their bans would look like from before is like Galio, Ziggs, like Gwen, I don't know if Nautilus showed up, but like these champions are, very significant as you stated. So it's going to look quite interesting, especially when Pikachu is now on the red side. They can immediately get 2 picks in their first phase. So it is going to be interesting when it comes to the draft for this game 3.
That's true. And I think they were able to still play with their supposed Baron laner, and that's not Maylin is not playing. This is actually a welcome sight. I want this game to still be a continuation of the hottest or of the fierce battles that we have been casting so far. And we did say that there is going to be a heavy priority on the Corki. Lotus Ladies is saying, you know what? Corki is not going to see the Wild Rift today, and we are going to pick the Ziggs for ourselves.
And now Pikachu went in and doubled down. We're gonna have Jace, but we're also gonna have Ash, and this looks interesting. And MXH goes for Kha'Zix as well.
No Olaf this time. It has been banned away.
Yeah.
Will there be a Lucian pickup? Is this going to be a Lucian pickup? This is an Ash pick that would most likely be focused on throwing enchanted crystal arrows as they engage on the side lanes. Yeah. And we saw the Pikachu's game plan on game number 2 was to really attack the side lanes over and over again, right? And I think that's the reason and the rationale behind the Ash pickup. Another Braum pickup. Oh no.
Yeah, this was a huge problem a while ago. For
Akali,
Pikachu.
okay.
So Akali would be the alleviation when it comes to accessing the backside, especially with the availability of Ziggs for MXH. This is important.
That was a problem earlier that was presented by Lotus Ladies, right? There was no one that is free to penetrate the backline. Yes, the Zed was available, but it wasn't as impactful as they hoped for. So this Akali pickup, again, its main role is to access the backline of Lotus Ladies to make sure that Vina on this Ziggs, or maybe even Ennis on this Ziggs, won't be as impactful.
Oh, they're banning away Zed as well, despite the availability of Akali already locked in for Pikachu. Quite an interesting ban there. But for Pikachu, on the other hand, they remove Set and Ari from MXH.
And removing the Ari that was a big problem for them on game number 2 is a very intelligent ban. They're going to round out the bans with Vi. It's interesting, right? There are a lot of other jugglers still present for the side of Pikachu.
Yeah.
And I actually like the fact that Pikachu still has the option to go for a Jace in the jungle. That gives them another option to go full scaling on the mid lane, maybe an Orianna. Because now it's all about making sure that you scale well into the late game. Braum, Galio, this tanks, you need some sort of penetrating damage for them to think twice in tanking your damage. And we'll see. Camille being taken away here by Lotus with a Galio in the Ziggs. This is a very formidable combo.
Yeah, that's disgusting from MXH. They're going for like a protect the queen type of situation wherein Ziggs would be the queen. And you have Galio, you have Braum, you have Camille as the peel for the specific champion. So a lot of expectations that is set by MXH, but they are quite monotonic when it comes to the damage aspect. If Galio is going in for more of an AP damage category, this is 2 of their damage carries going to be AP.
Yep, and the AD carries for the Lotus Lady side would be Camille and Kha'Zix. Camille versus Fiora is a skills matchup, but I would favor Fiora in the side lane. Pikachu going back to their roots, putting Jace in the jungle. And again, the threat of the Braum being so tanky would be the biggest question mark here. But now that you have a very reliable engage option coming from Pikachu, Enchanted Crystal Arrow that can really shut down Camille or Kha'Zix on the side lanes, things could go in the favor of Pikachu overall. I'm liking the draft of Pikachu even better now compared to game number 2.
Yeah, and I love this as well. I reiterate your thoughts. You have a long-range engage coming in from Ashe, and you also have the knockups. You have the roots coming from Nautilus as well to close the distance from the hook. So there's a lot of engage tools that Pikachu are able to utilize for this game number 3.
And what's best is they have Hawkshot available to detect some of the pathing of the Kha'Zix. Also, the amount of crowd control that they possess. If you are the Kha'Zix player, would you be as playful with your Void Assaults, with your assassinations, if you have a Nautilus that can just, instantly cast Depth Charge once you go in?
Yeah, and on top of that, one hit from Nautilus, you're rooted on the ground, so you can't go back away after an engage. So that's a big part as well to consider.
Yeah, we expect the games to go the distance at 23 minutes. That's when I think that's how we should do things with FSL teams. We have to analyze the teams post 23 minutes or post 22 minutes, the 4 items power spike, which is greater, which has more potential. And for me, Pikachu's potential is still very much present there, at least on game number 3. So we'll see how Lotus Ladies would play this early game, because on game number 2 they played the early game immaculately.
Yeah, we'll see. As you stated, this is going to be a heck of a game that we are going to watch, and I'm going for the counterpart. You know what? Even out the surface, even out the horizon. I'm going for MXH this time around. They have Ziggs that has so much damage towards the late game. They have CCs on the Galio and the Braum. So I'm expecting a lot of things as well. On top of that, they also have Camille. So when it comes to later on, the Venn diagram would be available for them in team fights.
Up until now, it's being used, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Season 0.
I know. It was I used it on one of my casts. Up until now, it still is being used. The Venn diagram, the circles above circles. But we'll see. Again, Infinity, we can analyze it as much as we want, but it all boils down to execution. We have to throw it away because at 23 minutes, once you have the dragon stacked up and once you have the other dragon with you, it's basically an auto-win condition for you, right? And we saw that MXH Lotus Ladies, what they did during game number 2 was to snowball their lead in the early game, get 3 dragons, and by taking away 3 dragons, the other dragon didn't hurt as much.
Yeah, and I also want to add about why I'm gearing towards MXH. You know what?
Yep.
We have differences, but when you're looking at the individual matchup into the mid lane, as Kali would have a greater damage, would have a better assassination potential, but that Shroud is not going to be that effective when you have NS with a perfect timed taunts, with perfect timed CCs onto Kali.
But the question is, up until when, right? At level 5, this Akali would have the perfect execution available. And even if you are the quote-unquote anti-mage in the mid lane, and even if you have Aftershock, it could still favor this Akali post-level 5. And you also see that Jebby is here to support Awen. This is a very interesting matchup. You're favoring the Galio for good and obvious reasons. But for me, the level 5 threat would still be ever so present for the Assassins.
That's true. We'll see. The damage versus CCs. Who's gonna make it towards the end? Who's gonna win it? Because right now, once again, this is already match point. This is a best of 3 lower bracket finals, and the winner for this game will proceed to battle it out up against Chasing Dreams in the grand finals.
That's true. In where the Chasing Dreams players are already waiting
Ooh.
on the comment section. I cannot shout you out, guys. I cannot read the comments while casting, but you guys know who you are. I know that I want to, shout out to friends that are currently watching, especially Berting. He's saying something about our English casting here in Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, my nose is
Bleeding?
bleeding. Yeah.
Well, we'll see though. Some jokes here and there just to make sure that we prepare ourselves for the ultimate for the ultimate clashes that will happen here in game number 3. Again, this is a do or die series for both these teams, so it is expected that they would go all out.
Yeah. And once again, you have the roams to support. Claria is there in the mid lane. Huyen is there as well. So this might be a potential clash coming in. But this is quite dangerous. And so far, once again, we keep on talking about Nautilus in tournaments wherein when it comes to the early game, so much power for a Nautilus.
And he's tankier than Arakan, at least in the early stages, just because of the shields that he has. So more flexibility for her to go all out and prioritize the Stasis Ancient. This is what you're talking about, right? The Shield of the Rand, when perfectly timed, could be a nuisance for the account. I don't know. I'm still favoring the Akali. Let's see.
Let's see. Already a level 6 mid laner for Pikachu. Awen is there, ready to deal damage.
Enchanted Crystal
But looking
Arrow
at
in 3, 2, 1.
Jace
Let's
as
go!
well, long range engage. The stun is there. Shock Blast to follow up. Uses up the flash for Vina to go back to safety. But that's 2 Summoner Spell burned.
You can see it from a mile away. Aya was angling that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They were able to take 2 Summoners. And that's information given. Remember, as a Ziggs, you are very vulnerable from the Assassins. So later on, if we see a 5v5 fight at 5 minutes, Vina could end up dying in the first minute or first second of the clash.
This is scary. If Ngokbe uses up the ult, then the hook will not connect. That was a good dodge coming from Camille.
I know, no need to hook shot or no need for extra shenanigans, no need to invest the summoners. But what they're doing right now is to just prep up the wave for them to do a full reset. We're 30 seconds before the objectives spawn up. And again, by the 30-second mark or by the 5-minute mark, you would have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as a reliable engage for Pikachu. So now Pikachu decides to go for a full reset. Spend those unspent gold and go for gold.
Yeah, objective prio though. Talk me through it, Otto.
For me, it would be always the Rift Herald. The amount of pressure that you can create by taking down the tower in the mid lane or even on the top lane is just too much. The Mountain Dragon also is one of the healthier dragons that we have in the game, so it's something that you can still contest even if you prioritize the Rift Herald.
Alright, the stuns is there onto Vina. Going in, Heroes Entrance going through. Not be able to go for it, but look at the backside. Camille Hextech ultimatum onto Nautilus. Stasis Ancient to buy time. They're able to take the first blood. Aya though uses the flash, but May is there to follow up and respond. Double kill already. Fiora uses up the launch, secures that kill, and that is a 2-for-2 trade for now. But fight's not over as Pikachu is still going through and through, but MXH opts to back away.
Vina does not have any mana, and Banana just went nuts. That engaged. Overall, it's a 2-for-2, but you could see the potential of both these teams. Vina was so safe in the backline, and she has to be careful because, again, she didn't have summoners, but it did not stop her from dealing enough damage. Overall, though, the Rift Herald was secured by Pikachu, so that's their win.
Oh yeah, definitely. And right now, looking out from those teams. Quite a while ago, May got 2 kills. So a huge injection of gold to say the least. And though, going in for the 2v1, Fiora is in danger. Launch to go back. Enchanted Crystal Arrow zones away May and Ennis.
That's the zoning arrow. The zoning arrow special. Even if it doesn't connect, it makes you think twice. And that's the reason why, Ashe is just a very strong pickup in the meta right now. Gives you the vision, gives you a reliable engage, and gives you a cross map or a global pressure to play around with.
Yeah, it's global presence, right? Coming in from Pikachu, but right now it's a 3-man roam coming in from this team as well onto Huyan, forcing out the Glacial Fisher to disengage.
But the Rift Herald has been summoned in the top lane. They still need to hit these towers just a fair bit. No, not needed anymore. And that's a secured tower. In the top lane, depth charge is going to be used just to make sure they are going to be able to run away unscathed in the top lane.
Good tower first blood though from Pikachu. This is a lot of gold onto Nautilus, onto Akali, and the rest of the crew for this team. And so far, still not that far when it comes to a goal difference from this two teams.
This is a mismatch. I think MXH Lotus Ladies needs to change things up because a Galio versus a Fiora matchup in the side lane won't give you justice. And I think this is the reason why, you know, picking a mid lane Galio isn't as effective anymore, because what you normally do is you rotate your side laners or your dragon laners onto the mid lane. And now what it does is it negates the hero's entrance vision. Hold that thought though.
Roam. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will not connect. Mei is there to respond, but a CC chain is going to be so good as they take the kill onto this champion. The jungler is down. Now Hero's Entrance knocks up onto Aya. No follow-up. Braum is just extinguished from the face of the earth. And now the taunt is there. Coming in from Ennis though. That's good. But so far, the flash over the wall. Fiora's back to safety. And this Pikachu goes away with 2 kills. No trade.
I know, Pikachu with a peekaboo moment against Lotus Ladies, taking away 2. And was successfully able to assassinate without any casualty whatsoever. We could see that the threat, again, of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, even if it did not connect all the CCs that Pikachu possesses from the Nautilus, was actually enough. And I think this is a revelation why Nautilus was heavily prioritized in the banning stages on games number 1 and games number 2. It's just so strong in the early stages of the game. No need to buy tanky items just because of the shields, of the second ability. And now it's night and day compared from the Rakan performance of Claria.
Yeah, and it's just so much CCs, right? Nautilus, just point and click ultimate. You have a knockoff in the bag. You have the hook to close in the distance. You have the root. You have the shields. Just so much potential in the early game.
Yep.
Although right now,
Right there.
Whew, potential death rush.
It's a sweaty one, Hinpy.
Root onto Braum. The Glacial Fisher is there to counter engage. Look at the Hextech ultimatum being denied by the Stasis Enchant. But now Mei looks to go to the backside as well. But Alwyn is there to defend Aya. But
She doesn't have
through
flash.
and through the assassin versus assassin matchup. Hero's Entrance zones her away. But still Nyokbe dies in the process.
And that's the hidden passive of the Akali as well. Once you hide under the Twilight Shroud, every single one of your team would get scared but by the potential of the perfect execution. It was a 1v4 battle in the end with Noitbeg going down, and now Pikachu still wants to pressure down the mid lane here, Infinity.
They have the potential. You have the ultimate from Aya in a couple of seconds. And with that, they have another engage tool that they can do or even counter engage up against MXH. Just so much CCs available in this draft.
No 3 dragons for the Lotus Ladies this time round. Pikachu is poised to secure the second dragon. That's the Ocean Dragon for themselves. Is still able to take down the tower in the mid lane. And again, this is the first time that we're saying that Pikachu is winning the early game. And with the composition that they have, if they don't commit any silly mistakes, they are poised to go to the grand finals.
Let's look at this. 5-man roam from Pikachu. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will not connect. Mega Infernal Bomb, not that sufficient to deal damage. Glacial Fisher though, 3-man knock up on the backside. And Ness is there to follow through if ever it comes down to it. But Pikachu's overextension just makes them or force them out to retreat.
True, and Lotus Ladies was also able to make a play topside. I think that's because they missed their skill shots. If they didn't miss the Enchanted Crystal Arrow or even the Dredge line coming from Claria, it could have been, you know, another tower going down in favor of Pikachu. Still, what needs to be done here is for Banana or Fiora to stay her lane. No need for Banana to go elsewhere. She has the Hullbreaker. She has the Divine Sunder. She's known to be the grand duelist for a reason. Just make sure that Noitbid doesn't go unchecked. Just make sure that you put on the pressure and trust the four teammates that you have here in Pikachu.
Yeah, and you also have Grasp of the Undying to make it so that she has the advantage in a 1v1 setup up against Bay. But there's a different story
1v2.
when it becomes a 2v1 as May comes into the backside as a flank. Now, the Grand Challenge is there, might get popped. If it is popped, there is a lot of HP steal that could happen, HP regen as well, forcing out the flash, and that puts Banana at a disadvantage as May could catch up. One more dash in. This could be the end of it for Fiora.
Post! My god, is this an outplay?
Oh, the launch! The outplay! They get the 1-for-1 trade!
I'm speechless here, Infinity. My god, the amount of time bought by Banana in the Baron lane is just basically the reason why you have an almost always winning lane. If you have a Fiora, come the later stages of the game, once you have this set of items, the 2v1 was not a problem, but definitely we have to praise the player, right? It's not the champion, it's the player. And Banana just went nuts in that 2v1.
Yeah, that outplay was surreal. It was crazy to comprehend how Banana was able to do it. Because in a 2v1 situation, you're more or less destined to die. You're more or less destined to have a disadvantage. But still, they were able to get that 1-for-1 trade, which means that it isn't as bad to get killed from that fight. In fact, you have huge value from that.
True, they were also able to take down the tower in the bot lane. That's 3 outer towers down for the Lotus ladies. And Infinity, right now, what they can do, if you are Pikachu, is to take away the resources. That's what they're doing. They're taking away the blue buff. They're taking away the red buff at present. And they just want to starve the ladies from MXH right now.
Oh, look at the damage from Jace, though. Satchel charge, disengaged, but at this point, just the goal difference has been coming into fruition, and we're observing how much damage difference Pikachu has up against MXH.
Right now, it's just they're focusing their efforts in taking away the resources from May. 2k gap against Jebby here on the Jays. Just, you know, the biggest difference that I believe that we have from game 2 and game 3 is that Jebby is on a more comfortable champion right now, which is the Jays. Her Zed had flashes, but it wasn't as, I would say, effective as the Jace pick here in this game number 3. Triple armor penetration items for her right now. Has the Edge of Night. And when you have the Edge of Night as a Jace, you can be even more aggressive. Right now, again, the start of the night, start of the day. A possible 2v1 once again. Infinity, brace yourself.
Yeah, Justice Punch goes in, the taunt is there to follow up, CC Chain is good, but Fiora, repose, not going to be sufficient, uses up the flash to negate the ultimate coming in from Ziggs. Grand Challenge is there, but flash in for Gaio to secure the kill.
Finally, but that's too many ultimates invested just for one member. Look at the Lotus ladies though, they want the Baron. No
yeah, and Jace
way.
is too far to catch up.
Oxshot.
Ash gets this information, but Jace is too far away. I don't think this is going to be a potential for a steal. Glacial Fisher is there to disengage. 1k HP left
No.
as Pikachu is there to contest as MXH secures the Baron that they want. Hook onto May. This is the CC that they need. But now, once again, the Hex Ultimatum getting denied by Aya, Stasis, Anchat, and Nyopbe. Just has to say goodbye. This is a 1-for-1 trade, but in the end, MXH with a Baron Nashor, so much value.
Very decisive coming from the Lotus ladies. Now Pikachu needs to respond and take down this Infernal Dragon. There would be a challenge though, Infinity. This is a 4v5 in favor of Pikachu. Let's see what's going to happen in this decisive fight.
Yeah. So far, so much damage pokes coming from MXH. Mega Inferno Bomb puts Pikachu's HP at a low state. The zone is there, but Pikachu still secures the Infernal Drake, and now the fight occurs. The Brawl is there. Akali with the assassination gets the kill onto Braum, and now Aya is just able to prove so much damage, and they get 4 kills from that, and now Vina has to retreat, but you have Jace coming in. Jebby might just be able to secure it, and that will be the unofficial ace. Actually, official ace from Pikachu. It reached up to that point.
That's true, and there is no more Baron for the side of Lotus ladies. They just threw away the Baron buff, and Pikachu wants to end this Infinity.
Hexic Ultimatum locks in onto Nautilus. They secure the kill, but in trade, Nyokbei is a very low state. just have to go away. But they're able to open up the Nexus, open up the mid lane, inhibitor down.
It's a golden Nexus, so the wise decision is for Pikachu to back away. Net positive for the side of Pikachu once again. Lotus Ladies was able to catch a break, get down, and then take down the Baron for themselves. They didn't take care of the buff at all. They weren't even able to take down the tower in the mid lane. If you were MXH Lotus Ladies, you understand the rationale. You have the momentum. You want the challenge for the Infernal Dragon. But I believe that the safer play at that point was to utilize your Baron to at least take down towers and to basically dwindle down and narrow down the goal lead that Pikachu currently possesses. But Lotus Ladies, again, not doing their homework and their due diligence to take care of that Baron really punished them so hard.
Right. Because right now, MXH having huge disadvantage in this game. 6k gold lead already for Pikachu with 2 dragons in the bag. At this point, Otto, what do you think MXH has to do despite this huge gold disparity against Pikachu?
They have to rely on the wave clear coming from Vina. But yeah, it's effective if you don't have Baron. Wait, Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects onto one.
Next, followed up by Nautilus, Glacial Fisher to try and counter engage, but that's not enough. Huyen has to force out the flash, but in the end, it's still a kill for Jace.
Huyen is not as tanky as what happened in game number 2. It was immortal, to say the least, on game number 2. But on game number 3, she looks human. She looks very vulnerable. There's a 1v1 ongoing on the bot lane here.
Fiora with a grand challenge already popped. That's going to secure the kill. Hero's entrance is there. Justice Punch to follow through. The trade is secure with a 1-for-1. But look at the backside. Pikachu is there. 3-man roam is not going to pull through. Not going for an all-in engage for Pikachu.
It's a 1-for-1. The most damage, but you still have 3 damage dealers coming from Pikachu. This is what you need to do if you are MXH Lotus Ladies. Rely on the wave clear coming from Vina. Extend the game as far as possible. Go for the quote-unquote Elder Dragon win condition, because that's always present for your team. Remember, in 1 minute, at 20-minute mark, the Elder Dragon would be the point of contention for both these teams.
Yeah, definitely a very important dragon, a very important buff, because the HP Execute has so much to give for any of these teams at all. It's just so significant. Even if you're a tank, your HE is going to dwindle down with the Elder Drake available for a certain team. And what you've mentioned a while ago, Braum is not as tanky as before, because what can you do up against a fed ADC, up against fed champions?
Yeah, and also you have armor penetration that just basically penetrates all the armor items that you build up. All of the items here by the Braum is on the armor side, so giving more value for the armor penetration items that is currently being possessed here by the Jace. 10 seconds away from the Elder Dragon. Pikachu still basically controls the blue quadrant of Lotus Ladies. Later on, they might, time the red buff as well. Just taking away the resources from Mei, making sure that she's not going to be as effective in this game number 3. So far, it's been all Pikachu right now.
Yeah, and while this is happening, Fiora is pushing top lane, so there's a huge pressure as well that Pikachu is providing. Yes, we're going for the Elder Drake, but at the same time, even if we don't take it, we're pressuring on top lane. We're putting Nyokbe in a bad position so that she doesn't go into those team fights.
For items for this Fiora, Banana is just so scary right now.
Definitely.
Elder Dragon being started, I guess. Infi.
Yeah, let's look at the Dragon Pit. What's happening right now is that Pikachu is starting this off. Might potentially just be baiting MXH and then turn around right after.
Could be. This Zig still packs a punch. Half health on the Dragon.
Glacial Fisher is there. 2-man knockup to follow through. No follow-up. There is a Mega Inferno Bomb.
Oh,
this
no.
is the Elder Drake being secured by Pikachu. And this might be the game-ending objective that they want. They're looking to go and pivot themselves into the mid lane while Fiora is pushing on top. This is 2 inhib turrets with 2 minion waves crashing down. And the Nexus is open. 4k HP with Galio and Vina left. This is not enough as Pikachu will go to the grand finals.
The Thunder Shock turned into a Thunderbolt, and Pikachu books themselves onto the grand finals. What a way to secure that game 3 for the Singaporean squad. Again, getting that Elder Dragon in the process. I was a bit surprised with how they were able to secure that without any contest from May. But that's what happens when you have a huge amount of goal lead. MVP goes over to Jebby once again on this Jace.
Right. The plays though from this team is phenomenal. I think every single one of PEEKACHU have been significant into playing that match. And yes, Aya's KDA 0112, no kills, sure. But the thing is, those enchanted crystal arrows were significant, were important into the win of PEEKACHU in this game 3.
It just made things a lot easier for them. Again, when you have the enchanted crystal arrow, you have a very good engage tool that can be followed through with the long distance damage dealers that you have from the jungle, from the mid lane. And overall, again, the game plan of PEEKACHU is to just go for small wins, translate it into bigger wins, come objectives. And they did that. On game number 3, they have proven that they are the better team. GG's to MXH Lotus ladies. We will see them again next open. But for now, we have to ready ourselves, Infinity, for a clash between Chasing Dreams and PEEKACHU.
Yeah, and this storyline, this grand finals is going to look quite daring from both these teams actually, because this is going to be one of the best series that we could watch in FSL Wild Rift Open. This is the best teams so far in Southeast Asia.
We'll have a longer break before we go to the grand finals, but once we are back, we will be presented the Chasing Dreams from the Philippines and PEEKACHU from Singapore battling it out once again, just like in SEA Games.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FSL Wildrift Open 5, now on the most awaited series, the Grand Finals. My name is Infinity, and together with me is AUTOLOSE, and we're your shoutcasters for the series.
We're down to 2 teams, Infinity, and as we have said, there has been storylines brewing all throughout the Open 5. There is the reigning, defending champion waiting in the Grand Finals and is now going to be challenged by a familiar opponent, PEEKACHU from Singapore.
Yeah. And we're looking at the histories from both these teams, how they went from the upper bracket, from the lower bracket into the Grand Finals today. Chasing Dreams so far in the upper bracket has been undefeated. 2-0 up against Sharper, up against PEEKACHU, up against MXH Lotus Ladies, and now into the Grand Finals up against PEEKACHU once more.
A flawless run once again for Chasing Dreams, similar to how they've done it in the past. Again, formerly Tsuwaha, formerly One Snap Esports Catalyst, and now it's donning the banners of Chasing Dreams. They said in their hashtags, it's time to realize those dreams, those goals of basically becoming the best female team ever made starts now.
And I don't think that dream is too far. We're here noticing, observing this team's power in the Rift. Two-time champion before, prior to Wildrift Open 5 and Wildrift Open 3 and 4. And now this is their third time around in the Grand Finals, looking for their three-peat, as you stated in the prior series. And yes, they may have changed names, they may have changed organization, but their power remains the same.
Is it safe to say that we would have a route? I don't think so, because PEEKACHU is also a formidable squad that we have to take notice of. Again, we just witnessed and we just casted their games. Would their endurance be a factor? I don't think so, because it's all about the momentum. After that grueling 3-game series against MXH, you could see that there's a potential of PEEKACHU running their place on the top side. We all know that if there is a point of attack that you can do against Chasing Dreams, it's on the top side as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be heck of a game as we jump in to the picks and bans. Chasing Dreams up against PEEKACHU, game number 1 for the Grand Finals.
Looks like that we will have Joyid again. For those that are unfamiliar, it's the new name for the, I would say, the legendary player from the Philippines in the Dragon Lane. Joyid, formerly known as Chabi, formerly known as Yugen, and is still the scariest Dragon Laner of all in all female leagues of Wild Rift.
Yeah, and their capacity is just too much. The amount of experience, the amount of history, and the amount of knowledge from all of these players are huge. So expect a lot of things from this team. But right now, we're finished on the bans with Corki, Fiora, Olaf, Yumi, Senna, Nasus removed, with Chasing Dreams prioritizing Gwen, and PEEKACHU going for Ashe and Jace.
And this is scary because you have a Gwen that is very flexible, can go to the jungle, can go to the Baron lane, even can be played in the mid lane. This is an immediate response from PEEKACHU though. They know what their win conditions are, and on game number 3, they utilized Ashe to its perfection. Also, this is third time that we will be seeing Jace picked up for PEEKACHU. Or no, make it the 4th time that we will be seeing Jace picked up for PEEKACHU. But I think this time they won't hesitate to put it on Jebi's playstyle, on Jebi's jungle, because Jace has been so effective for them in the jungle.
Yeah, we'll see how these champion allocations will turn out for these players, because right now what I'm seeing is a very stacked lineup so far. Gwen, Karma, Camille for Chasing Dreams. These are all champions that are really strong in team fighting and in their respective lanes.
That's true. What intrigues me the most here for Chasing Dreams, will they be playing Karma for Gia, or now known as No Longer Human? Remember, it's one of the champions that is really favored by Gia's playstyle. The Enchanters, the ability to augment further Joyid's playstyle. They had a break for a season, or for an open, right? We saw the Gia/Yugen connection be separated at least for one split, but now that they're back together, they're just as deadly.
Yeah, absolutely. Team coordinations of the bottom lane is crazy to think about. So we'll see. A lot of expectations on the line. The bans are now finished. Lee Sin, Renekton removed by CD. And as for Pikachu, they have banned away Nautilus and Galio in the second phase ban.
That's interesting. They're expecting that this Karma is going onto the mid lane or maybe even possible on the Dragon lane. They're banning away the supports that could easily engage onto the lineup of Pikachu. But I believe that if you're looking at the draft and if you're looking at the history of Chasing Dreams, this is going to be a Karma support.
We'll see. Yeah, absolutely. We all know that G has played the specific champion in the past as well. On day number 1, we've seen the power of Gia play the specific champion. Although Akali will be locked in as a fourth pick for CD.
We'll see with Akali being locked in. I believe that's going to the hands of Rogi. Rogi's Akali is one of the deadlier Akalis that we have in the server right now. Meanwhile, Camille can still be played in the jungle, can still be played in the battle lane. Very flexible draft overall for Chasing Dreams. And there you go. We asked for a marksman. We asked for a dragon lane for Joyed. And they did not disappoint. We have a Lucian here. The question is, will it go over to Joyed? I believe so, because the Karma in the Lucian bot lane is just as deadly as the Lucian Nami.
Yeah, you have Tethered, you have a lot of pressure in the early game, mid game. There is a lot of potential for this team, for Chasing Dreams to be able to punish. But now for Pikachu, the last pick is still on the air, but Garen being locked in. We now have drafts for both sides.
Two tanky champions. You have the Gragas and the Garen. The Garen will be on the mid lane, just trying to be as static as possible. Then again, when we're talking about Pikachu, it's all about the top side of the map. They have the Jace. They have the Kha'Zix. Okay, interesting. They're going to elect to put Jace once again in the Baron lane instead of the winning formula of putting Jace in the jungle. They recognize that they need Kha'Zix damage, isolation damage more than a Jace.
Yeah, we'll see though. This is a huge damage in the top lane for Jace because of the range advantage up against Camille. But the question is, how far would that go? We all know Jace will fall off towards the late game. We'll see how this will turn out. And now, AUTOLOSE, paint me a picture for this game number 1 in Grand Finals.
Just the laning
early,
phase.
medium, late.
Sure. Just the laning phase-wise, Pikachu's top side looks very scary. You have a Jace and a Kha'Zix. A skirmish between Jace and a Kha'Zix versus a Camille and a Gwen in the early stages would automatically favor Jace and Kha'Zix more. Now, if they are able to play around the top side of the map, win the top side for themselves, snowball from there, then I see a picture of Pikachu winning. Now, on the flip side though, you have the Lucian with the Karma in the bot lane that is just so hard to control. So now the question is, would they be investing their support as the dragon lane buddy in the bot lane for Pikachu, or would they elect to just have a weak side, total weak side on the bot side, and further augment their chances in the top side for Pikachu?
Yeah, how would that turn out? Because traditionally what we've seen is a 2 category of playstyle from patch 3.4 that has evolutionized League of Legends Wild Rift, wherein the support goes in on top lane for a couple of seconds in the early game just to funnel through onto the level and experience of their ADCs. Well, we see that today here for the Grand Finals.
Possible. Again, just looking at how they drafted it. Pikachu, they have scouted and they have faced Chasing Dreams, this lineup, time and time again. It's now time to put in those homework, those notes, those theories into action as we head over into Wild Rift in the game number 1 of our Grand Finals.
Yeah, and here we go. We enter the Rift, a very standard position for every single one. ADC supports all in the bottom lane. Garen Akali, individual matchup in the middle lane. And as for top, it's Jace and Camille.
As long as Joyed and Gia are basically no longer human, takes care of the level 3 power spike that Claria possesses, then this is going to be an all-out win on the bot side for Chasing Dreams. Meanwhile, Pikachu's win condition again is Jebby and Banana on the top side of the map. So Den's pathing in the early stages of the game tells me that she's going for a full clear. Blue to the wolves, into the full clear on the red side as well. So there is no potential gank imminent for Chasing Dreams on the top side. So that could be a window of opportunity for Pikachu.
Yeah, especially right now, Kha'Zix is there on top side as well. A very mirrored type of setup for both these teams. And so far, walk me through, Otto, how an Akali and Garen matchup would look like 1v1 mid lane.
Whenever facing against the Garen, the only thing that you need to do is to farm your Riv. There is literally no chance of you to kill down a Garen that has a barrier, that has a flash. So it's all about, you know, just farming the lanes, make sure that you have the better wave clear overall, so that by the time that there will be a 2v2, 3v3 skirmish, you basically win.
Now we're seeing it. The pressure coming in from Rogi. We've seen Rogi play yesterday in day 1, and Rogi's Akali is on a whole nother different level.
True. One of the best solo laners that we have in Philippines, female Wild Rift, even dating back from the League of Legends PC days. I believe Rogi possesses the killer instinct that no one, that basically few female players possesses. So. And that's the reason why they're very confident of putting Rogi on an assassin, because she's one of the best female assassin players that we have in Southeast Asia.
And yeah, and that's complementary of the level of mechanical skills of the same player that Rogi possesses as well. It's just crazy to think about. But now hovering itself down to the bottom lane, let's talk about that lane. Lucian Karma versus Ash Gragas.
It's always going to be about making sure that they don't get all in. Talking about Joyed and no longer human, the pokes, the range advantage will definitely be on their side. And although it's not as apparent because the item choices for Joyed is to go full scaling, later on, as time progresses, once they switch over to the mid lane, it would be more apparent that the Lucian Karma is more deadly as a duo compared to Aya and Claria. However, there's this big caveat. Aya and Claria can help out engages from afar away, right? Remember, you have an enchanted crystal arrow that has been used to be the initiator for Pikachu. So it's kind of a different role, so to speak. One is a carry, while the other one is for utility.
All right, we'll see how that would turn out, because right now, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, everyone has their ultimates ready except for Claria in the bottom lane. So this could be an initiation or a signal that we could expect a team fight soon enough.
True. In the mid lane though, potential skirmish. Remember, there is still damage available for the Garen. Oh,
Then on the left flank, going through 2v1 though, this is going to be dangerous, so opts to back away. Smart move by Chasing Dreams.
yeah. I didn't notice that there was no ultimate available for Awin. Had it been available, it could have been the first blood over to Pikachu's side. So yeah, Rogi still has to be very careful, because this Garen is one of those champions that is very deceptive when it comes to damage.
Oh, Kha'Zix is there to respond once again.
Arrow?
Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects on to Rogi, but under the turret, a safety layer has been made. Garen cannot go in.
Full reset from our Dragon Laners, and now they're going to mix things up. They're saying, Rogi, you have to go back and go to the sideline, but Rogi wants the resources here in the mid lane and doesn't want to give it over to Joyed. So now Rogi goes home with, I think, enough money to buy the first item. No, yeah, there you go. Finally, a Rift Maker was completed here by Rogi.
Yeah, and it's just too much gold to miss out. If Rogi
True.
went back, and it's going to have a huge disparity when it comes to gold difference up against Pikachu. And so far right now, 5 minutes into the matchup, Rift Herald and Infernal Drake will come up.
Now, the dragon is being started here by Ten and Company. It's an Infernal Dragon, which is going to help the scaling department of Chasing Dreams. Backs out duty is Rogi. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Pikachu is starting the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Chasing Dreams have huge advantage getting the Infernal Drake when it comes to the damage potential later on in this game, number 1. And as for Pikachu with the Rift Herald, they can open up certain parts of the map and gain pressure, gain gold in the process.
I would prioritize opening up the top side just because they were already able to take down some tower plates. And as you can see on the item choices, for Banana in the top lane, they have the Hall Breaker. So what you want to do is to basically even further the lead that the Jace possesses in the side lane, but by making sure that the Rift Herald goes to the correct lane. Also, one thing to note, you already have a Duskblade of Drakthar available for this Kha'Zix. So we are nearing that point that this Kha'Zix is going to be very scary in the 2v2 skirmishes.
Yeah, so much damage that could be expected of this certain champion in the Rift. So now looking at it, you have a
Arrow.
2-man roam coming from Pikachu, but the calling just produces so much damage, forcing out the flash from Tarya. Go back to safety that now it's Camille going through Hextech Ultimatum onto Jace. The flash will not be enough, and there you go. Jace is in danger, pinned down. As Chasing Greens gets the first blood.
Finally, a first blood happened here in the grand finals, and it goes to the hands of Chasing Dreams. Very proactive Hextech Ultimatum into the death of one member here by Pikachu. That is the Jace, no less. Remember, when we talked about the win condition, we did say that Pikachu's top side should be the better side of all, in order for them to get a chance of winning. And by making sure that Chasing Dreams was able to penetrate that win condition at the early stages of the game, just nets them an overall positive 2k positive already in the goal department for CD.
Yeah, and on top of that, look at the map pressure that Chasing Dreams is doing. Like, yes, Pikachu has a Rift Herald, but look at the top lane tier 1 turret off them as well. It's not looking that great. And just the amount of gold that this team has accumulated is going in for a team fight. This is a 2v3 so far. Shattered Crystal Arrow denies the potential of Joyet into the backside, but Camille is just too strong. Puts down on Kha'Zix as they get their second kill of this game.
Yep, and Joyed is not yet done. Okay, finally, she's saying, alright, 1 kill is enough for me to get overall advantages for Chasing Dreams. Clarie has to go home. Then and company could basically steal the Scrugs. The Garen is here. And Infinity, another pick-off coming from Chasing Dreams. No Hextech Ultimatum, not a problem for them. Basically, it's because Pikachu was the one to aggress, right? They were the aggressive ones, but the counter punch coming from Chasing Dreams was ever so present, was ever so ready. And again, that's a quality of a very good team that has been formed through time and experience.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think about, right? Chasing Dreams is all about taking. They're not giving away anything up against Pikachu. Like 2-0, Infernal Drake, what, 2k gold lead still? There's just too much pressure that Chasing Dreams is providing up against Pikachu, considering that they have Den, they have Rogi, they have Joy, they have Karma to utilize later on at a late stage in this game.
That's true. The scaling is not too shabby for the squad of Chasing Dreams. Every single one of them benefits from the from resources.
Ooh.
Rogi though has to be careful. This is a pinch.
There's 2-man looking to kill him, going in for the shuriken flip. Will be able to go back away. What a good mechanical play from Rogi. This is what we're talking about, Otto.
It's just Rogi's ability to sniff out any danger and outplay the opponent. Now Rogi is still ever so safe. Did not have to invest the barrier nor the flash. And this 1v1 against the Jace, it's a problematic one for the Jace just because you cannot fully utilize your range advantage once Rogi hides under the Twilight Shroud.
Oh, definitely. Although Rogi's going for the reset, shuriken flip will miss out. There's a pressure in coming in from Pikachu, but so far with Kha'Zix there and Rogi at a very low state, she has to go back and reset.
Yep. This cannon minion though will die anytime soon. And this is problematic for the side of Pikachu because the two members, which are the jungler and the top laner, is still on the bot side trying to clear down the tower. Meanwhile, Chasing Dreams going for a counter play was ahead of tempo and was able to position themselves to secure another Rift Herald.
Yeah, turret for a Rift Herald trade. Not too bad for both sides. Now closing in to a 1k gold lead instead for Chasing Dreams now. So Pikachu is slowly catching up.
On paper, you would say that, you know, Pikachu is catching up, but the fact that they still have the Rift Herald that they can summon on any lane they choose, Chasing Dreams just has tempo advantage overall in the first 10 minutes of the game. This is what I like about this team. They act as if they want scaling, but they move as if they want to finish it early.
Yeah, and it looks like mid lane will be the point of contention for Chasing Dreams as they want that map control in their favor. But in similar manner, with Chasing Dreams going for the Ocean Drake, Pikachu is looking for top lane.
Jones needs to outplay this 2v1. And it's Void Assault, a preemptive Void Assault coming from Jebby.
Oh, shuriken flip, goes back in. Gragas is in danger. No longer human there to support. Damascene Justice will not be able to secure that kill. Now Den comes into fray. Jones comes through. Hextech Ultimatum comes in and gets the kill onto Alwyn.
Oh my god, just the ability to counter, initiate all the aggression coming from Pikachu. You throw a straight, we throw an uppercut. Turned into a haymaker, says Chasing Dreams. 2 dragons for them, taking down the tower in the mid lane, and this looks like a runaway for CD.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like Rogi's potential, we keep on reiterating this. The mechanical skill of Rogi in League of Legends Wild Rift is off the charts.
Just an all-star lineup, say the least. They furthered their lineup by putting a very well, I won't say, you know, an upgrade in the Dragon Lane, but just because you have the chemistry that was built through time, built through years between Gia and Joyed once again reuniting in the Dragon Lane, that's an overall positive for you if you are chasing dreams. And they still have the ability to switch their playstyle by having Dean or Den in the Dragon Lane.
Quite a risky play going for the face check there, 2v1, but then level 11 has the level advantage, has the gold advantage.
I'm sorry, I wanted to correct myself. It's not Den, it's Ken in the Dragon Lane. So many ends for chasing dreams, but still is the end for Pikachu. I know that we've witnessed Pikachu playing clean games 1 and games 3 during the lower bracket finals, but there is still one team that acts as if they are on a different league right now, and that's Chasing Dreams. Look at the pressure that they are presenting right now. With this amount of gold lead, with just 3k, they're putting out the pressure in the red quadrant, in the blue quadrant of Pikachu.
Yeah, and it's not just about the pressure in lanes. They're also shadowing certain lanes. They're shadowing Camille, they're shadowing Jones, they're shadowing Joyed, and this is just the potential of this team. They could pivot themselves into the bottom lane engage or the mid lane engage, depending on what Pikachu does. The adaptability of this team is flawless.
True. Allbreaker helping by a bit, but it also gives away some information that there are some teammates of you backing you up. Look at the pressure. All waves are pushed in, Chasing Dreams, getting the resources, getting the wolves, getting the blue in the process. And if you are Pikachu, your map is as dark as a Nocturne Soul, which is basically not yet here in Wild Rift, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
There's just no amount of vision that they can see Chasing Dreams come from.
Karya in danger. Very low state on HP. Transcendence Embrace further damages these champions from Pikachu, and they cannot just do anything about this. And AUTOLOSE, quick question. What do they have to do at this point?
They just have to rely on the long-range engages coming from Pikachu. You have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You have the Explosive Cast. But it's not giving them enough angle.
Hexic ultimatum onto Kha'Zix. He sets up the stasis enchant to delay this ultimate coming in from Emil, but onto the backside. Rogi coming in. Enchanted Crystal Arrow denies Akali, but the Shuriken Flip is still there, going in for the flank. Will be able to secure a win. And now it's Jones going through with a 1v1 up against Jace. Jace is stuck under the tower, but the Culling will secure the kill as Chasing Dreams eviscerates Pikachu.
Finally, Chasing Dreams says, playtime is over. It's time to go for the aggression. And the Enchanted Crystal Arrow not being available for a couple of seconds netted Chasing Dreams the go signal to go full aggressive in the bot side of the map. That was the territory of Pikachu. That was supposed to be supposedly the territory of Pikachu. But Chasing Dreams is saying, you know what, with the amount of lead that we have, with the amount of pressure that we have, with the mechanics that we have, we would outplay you in between your towers. And Chasing Dreams, game number 1 at 15 minutes, I think it's safe to say that this is a 90%, maybe even a 95% win for CD.
Oh yeah, definitely. 6-0. How many gold lead? 6k gold. 2 dragons in the bag. 3 item power spikes for pretty much every single one for Chasing Dreams. This is going to be hell of a difficult time for Pikachu to be able to make it back, but we'll see. Miracles happen. Pikachu makes it. This could be their game 1, but we'll see. Then now coming through to go in for the engage. Calling once again will be able to secure that kill. 1 member down. Chasing Dreams has the member advantage.
And then just in time for the Mountain Dragon, but Chasing Dreams is not going to go for the Mountain Dragon, rather goes for the Baron. This could be the opening that Pikachu needs. A steal here would prolong the game, would strengthen the chances of Pikachu to come back. Steal?
Oh, will not be able to secure it. Kha'Zix, that was so close though. Now Rogi comes through. Hexic ultimatum to follow up. Double kill already. Make it a triple as Chasing Dreams has the advantage. They min stop Pikachu 1 by 1, removing every single one with Aya remaining. This is the game-ending objective that they want. It's a Baron Nashor along with it to phase through and push down Pikachu.
That didn't sound right. A minced up Pikachu is not a picture I want to picture, but that is what's happening right now. Infinity chasing dreams with the Baron buff. Never mind the recall, never mind the reset, never mind the unspent gold. We're going to push through the pressure that we have. Enjoy it at the forefront of everything. We'll take down 2 towers of Pikachu.
Yeah, but Chasing Dreams, a very methodical playstyle. They're respecting the potential for Pikachu, and now they're retreating. They want a flawless win, and with the resets coming through, with CDs, death timers coming in, they reset instead.
What do you do if you're Pikachu? Even if I'm on their support staff, I don't know. There's just so many champions to ban away. And the win condition of playing around top side is there. They have the champions to utilize it. Maybe it's time for them to go even further. Look at the damage that Joyed possesses right now. Just eviscerating Graga's health in an instant.
That just hurts so much. I mean, Joyed at this point is so fed up. It's just too much damage. Tanks from Pikachu are no longer tanks with this fed ADC.
Now, all they have to do if you are chasing dreams is to make sure to push through the minions on the bot side, and you would have 3 exposed inhibitor turrets. Transcendent Embrace being used. Last hurrah by Pikachu.
Yeah, it's going to go all in. Chasing Dreams, going for the Nexus. This might be the game-ending push already. Nexus is half HP, and Chasing Dreams is looking for the win as they strike first in Grand Finals.
It's a quick 1-0 for Chasing Dreams. This Grand Finals is proving to be a test for Pikachu, an ultimate test, because so far, all across the board, Chasing Dreams does have the win.
And as always, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, and this is the object. This is the objective for Pikachu to overcome.
Joyed, the MVP performance by her. But do not be mistaken, every single member of Chasing Dreams was just so clean, was just so disciplined, and was just so aggressive when presented the opportunity. 1-0, 12-0, a flawless win. The only objective that Pikachu was able to net in that game was 2 towers and 1 Rift Herald. Outside of that, nothing. It was just a clean out from Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, and just look at the graph, right? Look at the potential growth, exponential growth of Chasing Dreams all throughout that game. No given advantage for Pikachu for the whole matchup.
What a way to basically dictate or make a statement on game number 1. We'll see if there would be any I would say adjustments from the side of Pikachu. As you can see, the problem is ever so present. Joyed is still very formidable in the Dragon lane, but the other lanes are also now too shabby if you are Chasing Dreams. So we'll see if there will be any adjustments that we would see from Pikachu, because right now it does look like a stomp.
Yeah, but before we jump into game number 2 though, we're gonna jump to a short break, but don't go away, because when we come back once again, it's Grand Finals, game number 2.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, you're describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. Watch me build another life, find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind, hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it is
Welcome back, everyone, to the FSL Wild Rift Open 5, powered by Intel and Yahoo for the grand finals. And now we're already on game number 2 in favor of Chasing Dreams.
What a clean way to start the day if you are a Chasing Dreams fan. And if you are Team Pikachu and the supporters of Team Pikachu, you have to scramble all the faith that you have, the hopium, because this is a gigantic task, a tough task to really upend the favorites in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of pressures, not only for the side of the opposing team for Pikachu, but also the pressure on Chasing Dreams' shoulder. Like, this is going to be their three-peat championship for Wild Rift Open if ever they win it. And for Pikachu, they have to beat the best to become the champions for FSL Wild Rift Open. So there is a lot of pressures for both sides. But we're now nearing onto the picks and bans for Game 2.
Let's see what will be the focus this time by Team Pikachu. Still on the same side, Chasing Dreams on the blue has the opportunity to go for the Gwen Prio once again. Are they going for a Gwen Prio or are they going to focus on Delusion? Because we saw the potential of the Delusion from Joyed. That has been a problem for Pikachu to solve, not just in the early game, but also in the late game.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like, we've seen the Gwen before. We've seen Gwen being the priority by CD, but Pikachu is pivoting themselves into banning away the support champions. They're really targeting onto Gia because these are all Gia champions.
True. I'm hoping that this time around we are going to see Jace in the jungle. I just see Pikachu more comfortable in Jace in the jungle, and basically, hopefully they put in the Renekton or put a Renekton on the top side. Just really further their playstyle and their identity of playing top side. Because I don't think that you would be winning on the bot side. Okay, this is a good denial though. The question though is it enough? Again, we're talking about Joyed here. She has a lot of champions at her disposal.
Yeah,
So we'll
you
see.
still have the Ziggs available for Chasing Dreams. You do not belittle these champions. You still have Kaisa as well. Ezreal is an open champion for
Mm-hmm.
Chasing Dreams to pick up. So it's no
Oh.
longer, denying a single champion, but
Mm-hmm.
you still have a lot of flexibility to utilize for CD.
3 out of 5 champions secured for Chasing Dreams, leaving the support and the Dragon Lane are open for the taking, or as the last two champions to be picked here for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah.
Now we see the Lucian Nami who are heading over to Pikachu. Sorry, Infinity, to cut you off, but
No,
this
go.
is actually a good win condition.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, this is the problem, or this is the good thing about League of Legends Wild Rift. Like, ban away certain champions, but you cannot ban away every single champions in the Rift. Because CD, they're going for the first 3 picks that they've done from game number 1, aside from Lucian, but in similar draft.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, right? Sometimes it's no longer the champion; it's the player itself. Is there a way for you to ban out the player? Not here, not in this tournament. So we'll see. There are still some other options for Joy to go with. You did mention the Ziggs. Did she play Ziggs yesterday?
I don't quite remember, but considering that Ziggs is just a huge priority right now in the meta, I think it could be a good option for them.
Because if she will be playing the Ziggs, that I believe is one of the first few times that I would be seeing her on a mage champion. Oftentimes I see Joyed on the marksman, traditional marksman, and the closest spellcaster that I see Joyed on are the Sennas, the Varus. So we'll see.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think it's going to happen as well. Why?
Mhm.
Because if they lock in onto Ziggs, they're going in for more of a monotonic damage category draft. They're going for all in AP if they lock in onto Ziggs. So that is still an open question. What will Chasing Dreams pick? Samira.
I'm sorry, I had to. That's a very loud chuckle from my end. I'm sorry for everyone that's watching, but this is just too much. Chasing Dreams just flexing that they can play anything. Goes for Samira and Drakan in the bot lane. And when we're talking about Samira, this is a very different champion from what we are accustomed in seeing. This is not your traditional marksman that would go out and carry the damage from behind. She wants to go inside. She wants to be at the middle of everything and dish out the damage in clashes and skirmishes. But on the other side, I also would love to commend Pikachu's ability to recognize that they need late game and did elect to go for Jax here. So now we are seeing once again that Pikachu goes back to their roots of putting Jace on the jungle. And Jebby, so far, twice today that she played Jace, 2 times that they won the game.
Yeah. So we'll see if this will bear benefit to Pikachu's side, Pikachu's draft. And what I like about Chasing Dreams so far, you talked about Samira, the crazy thing about the flexibility of this team, the flexibility of these players as well, is you also have to consider that Samira is not a champion that you can easily use. This requires a high level of mechanical skill, and I think with the capacity of Joyid at this point in time, with the amount of experience that she has, she's really capable of using Samira in this grand finals.
It's a champion that I can use. I don't know if you can. Can you use Samira?
I could use Samira. Don't get me wrong, but probably like a 0-10-0 KDA.
Oh no! I'm just kidding around. But yes, it's a high skill cap champion. It's a champion that you need to play aggressively, not passively. Some of the champions that we have in the marksman role, like for example the Caitlyn, you can play from behind, right? Or you can play the distance game, like the Ziggs. But this is a different playstyle. You have to make sure that your combos, your skills hit. By the time that you hit letter S, that's when the fun starts. So it's an exciting time to be a fan of Wild Rift, because now we are exposed to another champion. And I'm not sure if it has been picked yesterday. If it was picked yesterday, I want to ask you, Infinity, how did it go? If it didn't get picked, then I guess we have to... It didn't? Okay. All right, good. So now it's time for us to buckle our seats and enjoy the show.
Bro, I've been buckled in since a while ago from game number 1. What are you talking about?
Nah. You know, Samira just is. There's something interesting about Samira that really, I would say, elevate the amount of action that I am anticipating, at least in this game.
That's true. That's true. So a lot of expectations on the line for Chasing Dreams, and also in the same manner for Pikachu as well. Can they make it? Can they change history? Because a while ago we've seen the bracket, upper bracket, Pikachu and Chasing Dreams already met, but Chasing Dreams were the ones who put Pikachu on the ground. We're the ones who put them in the lower bracket.
The bane into the existence of Pikachu. Wait, what? Very aggressive.
Ooh, this is what you're talking about a while ago, AUTOLOSE. The aggression coming in from Samira is being observed right now. First 10 seconds of the game.
They just don't care. Claria have held here, and still, I think with the Relic Shield still available for our supports, they would be A-okay. Again, in Wild Rift, the execution threshold, even for ranged champions, is at 30%. It's unlike PC. Right now, though, Rogi on the Akali once again, but this time it's going against a more standard mid laner in the Ahri rather than the Garen, right? Earlier today we saw Rogi, or at least on game number 1, we saw Rogi just, farm without any problem at all against the Garen, but this time with the range advantage that the Ahri possesses, she will have to be more cautious.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially if the Storm connects, it's a no-go for Rogi. Especially considering that Akali is not really the most sustainable champions in the Rift when it comes to mid lane champion selections. So that could also be a layer of caution that you were talking about for Rogi to just be wary against Pikachu.
Oh, very early invade and a snatch away. That's a good start overall. Jebby again on this Jace proves that she's more than one-dimensional, and whenever you give her this champion, she can make, things work for her and for her squad.
That's true. That's true. I mean, the map presence once again by Jebby that we talked about in the prior series in the lower bracket final was so much. And we're seeing it once more how Jebby just roams around the map, is able to put pressure on enemy jungler, and I think this is really favorable for them because you're considering that enemy jungler is Gwen, and Gwen isn't really the best when it comes to an early game phase compared to a Jace.
If Pikachu ends up winning this game number 2, I'm willing to message the manager or the captain of Pikachu and tell her right now to never go Baron lane Jace, because Jebby, again, so far, at least today, we have seen her play this champion twice. Wait, an all-in.
Grand entrance coming through for Aya, very low. Now follow-up from Joyed. Will not be able to secure that kill. And so far, there's a bit of an aggression being shown here by CD.
Look at this.
Jace coming in. This is pre-mad roam coming from Pikachu. And now this is the turnaround that they want. And Joyed is almost dead.
More?
The shock blast will not connect. The sidestep, phenomenal from Joyed.
Just a pixel away from hitting the primary target in Joyed. Jebby dropped the ball there, and Pikachu, just to add insult onto the injury, did suffer a lost upside.
Charm connects. Jace follow up. 2-man roam. Rogi is probably dead at this point in time, but delaying it. The flash is there, but Jace is there to follow through with a flash for flash burn.
Still, just the fact that they were able to burn the flash off this Jace is a net positive for Den and company. Chasing Dreams now is facing a challenge from Pikachu. Pikachu is saying that we're not going to lose without a fight. That's the first kill that they have in this series. Remember, it's a flush out earlier today. Infinity, that was a clean 12-0 or 10-0 if I'm not mistaken. Now Pikachu secures the first blood, at least for their team.
Yeah, absolutely, in the grand finals as well. And this is a good indicator of their capacity. I mean, they're adjusting, they're adapting up against Chasing Dreams here in grand finals. This is going to be a very interesting state, and something of a trivia for Samira is that Samira's sustainability is down the drain, so Bloodthirster would be expected most of the time for this champion.
And also sometimes you go for Black Reaper just to make sure that you have enough HP, because again, it's not your traditional marksman, it's more of an in-your-face marksman. So You need sustain items in order for her to last while going for the ultimate play. And again, Samira, or this is the first time I'm seeing Joyed on this champion, so it just gives me something to be excited about. But what I'm also excited about is the proactiveness of Pikachu to make plays on all sides of the map. And again, when talking about Jax, yeah, it's expected that the Jax would be slow, at least in the early stages of the game, but come later, once she finds all those items, this Jax would just be the carry of Pikachu in the late game.
100%. I mean, who are you comparing into the late game? What, Jace? No. Ari? Probably not. Lucian? Sure, but Jax would be the center of it all when you're talking about the late game, as you stated. And as for chasing dreams, you have Den as well. You have Rogue, you have Joyed. So this is going to look quite intense from both these teams here in the grand finals right now, with Pikachu, with Jace hovering themselves on top side, looking dangerous for Jones. Uses up the flash over the wall, still safe. Hextech ultimatum to deny it might potentially be an outplay, but instead, Jax will be able to secure the counter-strike stun onto Jones to secure that kill.
Another Jebby play, this time on the top side, this time converts into a kill. That's a very timely gank, however, they don't have enough resources to challenge this, I don't think so.
Yeah, we'll see though.
Or maybe?
This still be a clutch. Chasing Dreams will secure the Rift Herald for Samira, for Joyed. And now this is a 3v3 on the river. Taria on the middle of the fight. Den is in danger, but Rogi once again looks to go for more. The damage is there, but a counter strike stuns onto Rogi, and that will secure the kill for Awin.
Too aggressive coming from Chasing Dreams. There is no business at all for them to chase the members of Pikachu. They should be content of securing that Rift Herald. And yes, they were able to secure the Rift Herald. It was Joy that was able to get the last hit. Still, it's a positive for Pikachu. They were able to challenge the Rift Herald take. They were able to get 2 takedowns as well. Or was it 2 or was it just 1? I think that was just 1 takedown, right?
I think so.
Not sure.
Not sure. But regardless though, another objective is now up in the Rift. Ocean Dragon is going to be the next point of contest rather, for both these teams. But everyone has vision, so really scary position from both sides. There is a pressure in the middle lane for both teams.
Better fight overall. And now Pikachu's Baron Laner is recalling. Maybe wants to buy a boots. No. Wants to have more damage. Bought longsword. Bought a dagger in the process. So this Jax is very scary, but look at the pokes. The pokes is just piercing through the defenses of Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, it's just too much power right now coming in from Jebby, as you've stated here in the early game. Jace has just too much potential to deal damage up against Chasing Dreams, and so far they're starting the Ocean Drake, but Chasing Dream knows.
Yep. Joyed has to be careful. She has no business
the
going
charm
in.
Connects onto Rogi, half HP already, but the all-in coming in from Rogi will be able to secure that kill. And Rogi's still alive with 1 HP. There's no shot. And now Chasing Dreams into enemy jungle. They're going through, and Gia with a double man grand entrance is key to victory. But Joyed is down with a kill coming in from Jack, and now Jones is in danger. The 1-by-1 pick up by Pikachu is the road to their success.
True, and the Ocean Dragon is delaying the backups coming from Chasing Dreams. Overall, a team fight win for Team Pikachu. Again, the front to back. Joyed being too aggressive at that point, doesn't have damage yet. Wait a minute. Dan is still here. Steal?
For 3 trade, not gonna be able to. Pikachu will secure the Ocean Drake. Rogi is there looking for the finish, looking for the punish. And now, very dangerous spot. The Sky's Bloom will check her out, as that will be another kill for Pikachu.
Pikachu, with a landslide victory in that team fight, was able to get multiple kills, was able to get the dragon, and was able to extend this game and possibly the series into, you know, a potential game number 4. We talked about this with our prod. They're saying that at one point Pikachu would just go Bankai. And I think this is that game, right? They're way ahead of the competition right now. They're 3k ahead in gold. They're 5 kills ahead. And now I think Chasing Dreams has to play passively, has to play reactively, just to make sure that Pikachu won't break open this game even further.
Auto, let me just say, wrong anime.
I know.
It should be Evolution to Raichu.
I know. but I was quoting our director. He said Pikachu goes Bankai, and
You know what?
it stick through
Makes
my
sense.
head.
That's fair. You know what? Ash won with Pikachu not evolving to Raichu, so that's fine. We'll see though. Right
True.
now, Pikachu.
You know what? That's the oldest Pokemon that didn't evolve. Wait, hold on.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. But both these teams are mirroring their pressure on side lanes.
And now Pikachu is getting towers left and right. They have a Jax that is very scary. All made possible by the Chase pick. Again,
Yeah.
Jebby on this Jace has been so superb all throughout the day. And in game number 2 of the Grand Finals, no different.
Yeah, and the thing about this is we talked about how Pikachu's composition would heavily rely on a Jax. And Jax at the moment's KDA is off the charts. Really strong. And the gold accumulation is there as well. So Pikachu is on the right path to win this game too.
True. I'm not 100% sure if that would still continue on as Joyed now has 2 items with her. She now has the black, sorry, not the Black Cleaver, the Bloodthirster, and the Infinity Edge. So at some point, once she gets access onto the back line, if the exhaust won't be there for Aya and company, she could be the biggest difference maker. We have to brace ourselves for the Joyed pop-off, because time and time again, this new player from Chasing Dreams has proven to be the clutchiest player of them all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, new player in the organization, but one of the oldest players so far in the Rift. We'll see though. Right now in the bottom lane, a 1v1 on Jax and Jones. Going through and through. Ultimates are ready. Forced out. Hextech ultimatum onto Jax, as that will put Jax in danger.
just so
Tidal
tanky.
Wave to zone away the enemy team. Will not connect onto anyone though. And that will burn Jax one by one, bit by bit. They get the kill. And now it's Aya going in for the calling. Joyd is in danger. Flash over the wall, going through and through. And the fire will not be burned, as Den is now in danger. Has to retreat, has to go back. Pikachu has dominated that team fight.
It has been the story of so many clashes so far. Even if Joyed unlocks her full potential and goes spin Rooney in the middle of the fight, the exhaust from Aya has been so on point. And remember, Nexus negates, what, 30% of your damage? Half of your damage? And even slows you down in the process. So Joyed, 0, 2, and 1. Not really the best game so far. But I'm not saying it's over. It's so hard to bet against this player and against this team. Still, all signs are pointing towards the direction of Pikachu getting this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Dominating team so far. Pikachu, you know what, we were being so critical of them, but their mental fortitude is insane. They're keeping up from the lower bracket finals into the grand finals today, having so much advantage now in game number 2 up against CD.
5-0 in 5, by the way. 100% kill participation for Jabby on this Jace. God, it's like a match made in heaven. And she's like, born to play this champion in the jungle role. So
For sure.
I guess that's that. This is like the best possible win condition that Pikachu could ever achieve, in my eyes, in my opinion. And they're doing so right now. 20 seconds away from the Mountain Dragon. And you look at when you look at Pikachu, they're doing the right play, making sure that they cover some eliminate some vision here in the objective, spend those unspent gold, and later on, as the team fight progresses, they would be more than ready to face against Chasing Dreams, even sending the Jax top lane.
Yeah, and this is what we've commended Jabby for. This is what we've commended Jace for in this game, in this tournament, in this series. How the map presence is there, how the map control is there for Jebby to enable her teammates to be better, to be aggressive, to go for more riskier plays that is beneficial for this team.
Yeah. Jebby has been my favorite jungle player, at least for today.
Charm
And
connects
she's not
onto Gia.
disappointing.
That is there though. Zones away the enemy team. So far, no casualties for Chasing Dreams.
Yep. That still is the Rakan, half
Charm
health.
on the left flank. Jones is in danger. You have 2 members trying to catch up, but a Mountain Drake, take note. Pikachu will be able to take this down. 2 objectives for them. It's in their favor. And now Den is very low, but Jax is being zoned away by Gia.
Joyed!
Has to sacrifice her life, and now Joy into
No
the
way.
backside
Ooh.
will not be able to secure that kill, but Jax is not done. Jones is looking for death, as double kill will already be secured as Pikachu dominates another team fight.
4 people down for the side of Chasing Dreams, and time again, Pikachu finds the angle, finds the assassination onto the marksman of Chasing Dreams, and with Jax in an extended team fight, things will go your favor. 3 items already for this Jax. Jebby again on this Jace. 707, perfect. 100% kill participation. I bet the damage is also off the charts, and Pikachu wants this Baron.
Brother, I'm glad that you mentioned about the 707. 100% kill participation so far, and with the huge advantage they have, no info for CD, they secure the Baron Nashor uncontested.
What a way to bounce back. Game number 2. Again, Pikachu with his Baron buff could open up this inhibitor turrets. Could possibly go even for a 1-3-1. They can have Jebby be put on the side lane. She's very effective as well in the split push category. She has the Edge of Night, so it's kind of hard to really go all in on her. We will see what Pikachu would do here. I guess this should be a standard 1-3-1. They're not going to send Jebby on the side lane. Rather, it's going to be the Baron laner and the mid laner on the side lane. Textbook 1-3-1 coming from Pikachu.
Yeah, Otto though, are they able to make it back from this huge deficit?
The possibility is close to 0, I guess, because just right now Pikachu's playing perfect, but Rogi has other plans. She wants to assassinate this Ari.
Go for the right flank. Shuriken flip onto the cannon minions. Just huge respects onto the Ari, because that charm, if that connects, it's over for Rogi.
Yep. Awin is the one piloting the Ari, and the 1-3-1 commences. They don't want to team fight 5v5. They want to break apart the formation of Chasing Dreams. They want to break down the towers as well. And Pikachu is poised to take another tower in the bot lane. 3 towers overall, with the Baron power play committed here by Chasing Dreams. Sorry,
For sure.
by Pikachu.
For sure. Pikachu right now, good utilization of the Baron Nashor, going in and pressure in all inhib turrets in all lanes. And Ari looking for that charm, will not connect though, but still huge damage being presented in this game number 2. Inhib turret down mid lane.
Even the tower in the top lane is going to be broken apart to pieces. And with an exposed Nexus, let's see if Pikachu decides to end this.
Pikachu wants to go for an even level playing field. They want to go even up against Chasing Dreams, and that they do. It's a 1-1 to the grand finals.
Jebby should play Jace only. That's it. That's my biggest takeaway, because if Jebby plays Jace, so does, Pikachu's potential becomes realized. And again, the MVP, there's no other player more deserving of the MVP than Jebby in the Jace. 707, 100% kill participation. And hopefully, as we look into the damage department, we're going to see how much damage was dealt by this Jace. It was actually the Jax. It's the top and the top jungle synergy coming from Pikachu. The win condition for Pikachu realized finally on G2.
Yeah, it's very prevalent. I mean, Jace's job is to get map presence in for the top lane, in the mid lane, for the rest of the crew. And 100% kill participation means that she's probably the center of what those engages look like. And Jax is there to suffice those damage output for this team as well. This is grand finals that I'm looking forward to and what the viewers want.
Very well played from Pikachu. It's Chasing Dreams now to go for the adjustments. And again, it's just so refreshing to see Chasing Dreams lose, I guess. It's safe to say that, Chasing Dreams so far has been flawless. No losses, no game loss, no series loss whatsoever in this tournament. And now they are presented of a threat in Pikachu. Pikachu is saying, you know what? We might be down, but we are not out.
Yeah, it's a new look, as you stated. It's a breath of fresh air, and this just states the signal of the power of Pikachu in this grand finals. 2 of the best teams in FSL Wild Rift Open 5. But more of that after this short break. So don't go away, because Game 3 is upcoming next after this break.
vibes in my mind, I can't get them out. No matter how hard I try, I need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
And welcome back, everyone, to the FSL Wildrift Open 5, powered by Intel and Yahoo. We're your casters. We're the same people. My name is Infinity, and this is AUTOLOSE, and now we're on Game 3. And the surprising part about this is now we're on even level playing field, 1-1 on the series so far.
Just the perfect puzzle solver, right? For if you are Pikachu, all I need to do is to put Jebby on Jace, and all my problems will go away. We'll see if Chasing Dreams would finally respect this Jace pick, because we've seen it time and time again. It's becoming a trend. Once they put Jace on the jungle for Jebby, things go positive for the side of Pikachu.
Yeah, and another thing about this is I have a quick question, AUTOLOSE, because so far from what we've seen, there is a prio ban for Pikachu onto GS champions, right? Karma, you have Nasus, you also have Nautilus, I believe. There's a lot of these support champions being banned away on their first phase ban. Should they do the same thing, or should they pivot themselves into banning away the potential for Gwen or Camille or the likes of these champions?
They have proven that they can go toe-to-toe against the solo laners of Chasing Dreams. So I believe, staying with their game plan of attacking the dragon side of things, targeting down the champions of Gia would benefit them in the long run. But looks like we have a very big adjustment coming from Chasing Dreams. They would be getting the Quirky that could be easily played by Joyed. Now that means that we have Jace open once again for Pikachu. And I think this time it will be at the hands of Jebby.
Yeah, and the interesting part about this is now they're banning away the Gwen instead of picking it up for themselves. So a very interesting sort of bans here for CD. And as for Pikachu, they're going in for a similar route from game number 2, Jace and Lucian, first 2 picks.
True. Now all they need is steady support in the dragon lane. I know that the Lucian and Nami is a very formidable combo, but I think what they need now, with all the damage that they have, is a very good initiation or engager. Much like the Nautilus or much like the Alistar or the likes. But we'll see.
Gragas and Galio is also open if ever they want to go and pivot themselves into an engaged champion that could also be a peeler for the team. Because as you stated, Nami is good, but even then, Chasing Dreams stocks it in.
And now they have chosen once again that Jax in the Baron lane. This Jax was very effective on game number 2. Same set of champions, at least in the top side for Pikachu. You have the Jax in the top lane that would solve most of your problems in the late game. You have Jace in the jungle that presents a huge amount of damage. If I'm Chasing Dreams, I would go for a very aggressive jungler as well. Maybe even go for a Xin Zhao. Just because you can dictate the tempo if you go for that champion. But it does look like that they are content in playing the Camille in the jungle. We'll see.
Yeah, interesting. I was hoping and I was looking forward into an Ari ban potential, because for Pikachu, this is what more or less like looked into pivoting themselves into denying the Akali, denying these champions. And right now, Pikachu is looking at Rogi. We have to ban away Akali, we have to ban away Yone, and as expected, CD banning away Ari as well.
She still has Zed though, so if she gets her hands on Zed, it's almost the same playstyle, right? You go in, you
That's
assassinate
fair.
one, or not really assassinate one, but oh, okay. It's a long time since I've seen Lulu, but this is also one of the enchanters that you can pair with a Lucian.
Yeah.
Whimsy, Wild Growth, Polymorph, all skills that Lulu has, actually very effective.
Ooh, a double support draft for Chasing Dreams could be a Rogi Galio for this one, but we'll see though. As you stated, the
There you
Xin
go.
Chao would be locked in for this draft to deny the potential of Lucian to be able to deal damage with the Crescent Guard.
And not just him, it's also the Jace that you're solving with the Xin Zhao pick, right? Jace is very scary with those long range bombs, long range shock blasts.
Yeah.
And I think this is the time in where it. I'm not a coach, by the way. All right, they have a coach with them. I think it's Yato, one of the pro players that we have. But I did say Xin Zhao, I did say Zed, and both of them got picked up by Chasing Dreams.
And a while ago, we mentioned Gragas to be one of the engaged champions that Pikachu could pick up, and they're locking it in. I think
There you go.
you're a
We're on
prophet,
fire.
AUTOLOSE. And
I
I
know.
think that's the reason why I'm the play-by-play and you're the analyst. Because you know what? I'm here to look at the
No,
champions.
I'm just not too fast with my, with the way I speak. You're just, the better, faster rapper, I would say.
Well, stop it. Stop it. We're complimenting each other. Right now, though, for game number 3, what are you looking at?
The
for
most
this
interesting
two
part
drafts?
here is that we have Gragas in the mid lane. Oftentimes, we see Gragas in the support role that would go and build tanky items. But now, Awin's role is to be a wave clear bot in the mid lane. I'm not 100% sure if she would elect to go full glass cannon because against the Zed, if Zed goes ahead in the mid lane, you can expect Awin's life to just be so miserable all throughout the later stages of the game. So Awin has to be careful. Maybe even build Roa just for that extra sustain.
Possible. Yeah. Or pivot herself into like prioritizing Stasis enchant. Maybe just a safety net up against the Zed. There is a lot of potential that what do you call this? That Awin could pivot herself into. So that's now a question of what type of execution are these teams going to make? What type of adjustments are they going to do for this game 3? Because as I've stated a while ago, and as we've mentioned a while ago, both these teams are 1 point right now in the grand finals in this series.
That's true. You're now down to a best of 3, right? So whoever wins this game number 3 would put all the pressure on the opposing team. And we all know what potential Joyed has on this champion, Corki, right? The SEA Game gold medalist, Dragon Laner. If there was an MVP in that tournament, that would have been Joyed, no questions asked, right? Every time that we see her on a traditional marksman like a Lucian, like a Corki, things go positive onto their side. But now, there's a threat that is being presented here by Pikachu. They have an anti-AD carry in the Jax. They have a very good Jace player in the jungle. So we'll see how this will turn out.
Yeah, although I feel like it's not as pressuring up against the Jax because Corki isn't really the traditional ADCs, right? Corki would deal hybrid damage, would deal AP damage along with AD damage. So maybe that
it's
could
not
work for
Joyed.
them. Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Are you seeing this, Infinity?
Yeah, Joyd's in the jungle.
That's interesting. Okay. What are your thoughts?
I haven't seen Ken play. I've seen Joyed all day long yesterday. So
I think Ken played one game yesterday.
oh really? I'm still on the
Yeah, it's a
air. I'm
marksman.
still on the air. But I think from what I've understood, one Snap Catalyst, Ken was their ADC like
Yep.
all throughout, right? So still, Gia knows Ken. Their team coordination is there because prior to Joy coming in, they are teammates. So regardless, I think it is still going to be viable for this team.
And Joyid's macro knowledge would be put to test right now. She's very aggressive. We understand that. We know that. She has this trigger that she pulls at any given moment if she finds an opening. But macro-wise, is she prepared to face against a jungler of Jebi's caliber?
You're right. We'll see. We'll see how this would turn out. Like, how would Joyed mirror the map presence that Jace has been providing for Pikachu all along in game number 2? Right? How would that reflect for Chasing Dreams? So, a lot of expectations and a lot of pressure at the same time for Joyed.
True. This is just so interesting. A very different game overall. Now that we are presented of a substitution coming from Chasing Dreams. Still, the win condition for Pikachu remains the same. Once they win the top lane, they basically solve half their problems. We also have to take note of the itemization here by Howin in the mid lane, and it does look like it's going to be Rod of Ages just for that extra sustain, extra survivability against the Zed.
Look at Joyed being seen by the ward though. Although, AUTOLOSE, walk me through to the win cons for both these teams.
They have this. Okay, I'm looking at the late game win condition for Pikachu, and it's just going to be about the Jax. Meanwhile, Chasing Dreams, they have a well-balanced composition. Hold that thought.
1v1, that mark onto Gragas, although that's not enough. Rogi just used it as a defensive skill to go back up against Gragas. Hextech Ultimatum though, being very aggressive. As you stated, Joyed coming in, they take the first blood, but Joyed is in danger. Pixie is there, transform, and you are down. It's a 1-for-1 trade in this 3-minute mark.
What a way to read Chasing Dreams over aggression. The Claria being at the right place at the right time and was able to get a kill in return was huge for Pikachu. And you presented me the question as to how they're going to win. Joyed has to find an angle to make sure that she will be able to be a nuisance against Aya, against Jebi. But that's not the way to do it. Diving under towers, especially at this point in the game, is over aggressive at that. And it's okay. It's between 3 minutes and 4 minutes in where you basically still would have the cooldowns available. You could see that, you know, some emotes is being shown here in the mid lane. I guess Awin is putting on the pressure and is making sure to send the message that, hey, you know what? You cannot kill me without a retaliation from my teammates.
Yeah, you're right. And Rogi does the same thing. Hey, you do it, I do it too.
Right. Okay. I'm liking this. Oh,
Jace, that mark going through explosive cast. So close, but yet so far.
To this guys was auto targeted onto the cannon minion. But I don't think Rogi was vulnerable in that state. Now no longer human is here in the mid lane, and Gia on this champion, Nami. We've seen it many times, and we've seen carry performances from Gia as well in the support role.
Definitely. And right now, everyone's going for the resets. Matt and Drake, Rift Herald coming up. What will be the objective prio here? As you stated a while ago, early game would be Rift Herald, but at this point, would that be different here in Game 3?
If I'm Chasing Dreams, I would still go for the Rift Herald. Mountain Dragon is okay, but it's not like the best early game dragon or 5-minute dragon. Because again, it's very healthy and health total. So what normally happens is the backup would be there. Wait. Solution play.
Chips out the damage or chips out the HP of Ken is stuck in the Dragon Pit. Has stuck. Valkyrie though. Has package going through over tidal wave, knocks up on to Gragas, but not enough. Jebi still safe.
Yep, and it's a 4v4. Pikachu is relatively healthy. Chasing Dreams is still going to contest, even though they have decided to elect for a 2v2 or basically a dual lane to push down the bot lane. Look at the minimap. Look at Chasing Dreams playing the map right now, Infi.
Yeah, they're looking for that tier 1 turret mid lane, and in the same manner, CD is going for the bottom lane as well. Mountain Dragon, though, being started off by Chasing Dreams. Very low stage for Joyed and also Ken. That mark into the backside, going through and through for the ultimate,
Joyed dead.
Joyed is down, and that is the jungler away for CD. And that with Gone. They have to retreat from that objective. Valkyrie to go back
Ooh.
away. They kill down Gragas, but
Ken?
Jace is on the forefront.
Look
from
at the
Pikachu,
pokes.
and they kill on another. Ken is in danger, but that, in the end, will be a 2-for-2 trade.
True, it's an even fight. After everything is said and done, still though you can see that Chasing Dreams was able to get multiple tower plates in the bot lane. Pikachu, meanwhile, also did their fair share of damage in the mid lane. Not really the best debut of Joyed in the jungle. 2 times in a row that we see her go in so aggressive that did not really net her the outcome that she wanted. The 2 disguise was just too much of the damage coming from the Jace.
Right.
And now Jebby is back again with the kill potential. 3 kills already on this Jace jungle.
We'll see. Joyed uses the smite onto the Scuttlers. They have to buy time to get that back. But in that process, Chasing Dreams will secure the Tower First Blood in the bottom lane.
True. At least something positive ongoing for Chasing Dreams, and I think this is the first time that I've seen Rift Herald be ignored.
Oh yeah, actually questionable. I think both of these teams don't want to give any value onto one another. But right now, Chasing Dreams will secure the Mountain Drake, and Pikachu still have yet to take a value away from CD because they've lost a turret. They've lost an objective in the process.
And now they're leaving their mid lane for Ken to defend. Now Chasing Dreams has their sights over to the Rift Herald.
Jones over the wall. Stun is there. Hextech ultimatum to follow up. The chain of skills has been locked in, and that will take the kill onto Alwyn. Ken is in danger though, half HP already, and Pikachu goes for the counter engage, and they killed off the jungler for Chasing Dreams.
Is that a sacrifice? A sacrificial play by Joyed? I think so. They were able to get a tower, but there's no reason for her to go in again. At that point, I think you have to use your Crescent sweep to its full potential. Joyed had no business of going in at that point, but that's okay. If you are Chasing Dreams, at least you were able to secure another objective. Now Jones does have the Hull Breaker, but won't be able to finish down the tower.
Yeah. Although even if Pikachu did not get the Rift Herald, they were able to get the mid lane tier 1 turret. So much value after that. Map control is in their favor.
And remember when I did mention that once Awin goes behind on this Gragas, she will just be a target practice for the Zed. It's happening right now.
That mark, Rogi, danger, Jax just comes in, gets the solo kill.
That's a huge momentum breaker for the side of Chasing Dreams. Pikachu getting the kill onto Rogi. That's what they need. Awin's Gragas 0-3-3. 1k behind, can't basically challenge the Zed.
Oh, look at Joy's HP down low. A quarter HP left for the jungler for Chasing Dreams. They have to pivot and retreat. Because if they go for an all-in, they have HP disadvantage.
And you have the Jax just being left alone to take down the tower in the bot lane. Pikachu's win condition, top side of the map. Accelerate your Jax. Make sure that Jebby on this Jace impacts the early game to a point that everything breaks open for Pikachu. So far, in the first 10 minutes, so good for them.
Yeah. Now, expectedly, a very interesting item choice for Nami, for Gia, for Seraph's Embrace first item instead of enchanting items. What do you think about this one?
Good AP scaling. Does have the shields coming from the Seraph's Embrace passive. So I guess it's relatively okay. Corki is not the best champion to enchant. If it's an AP champion still, right? This guy's a marksman.
Yeah. Look at the backside though. Rogi going for the right flank. That mark is going through, going to get that kill. Rogi is exhausted, looking for another, producing a lot of damage. The jungler for Pikachu is already down. Rift Herald is gone, but they get the tier 1 turret mid lane.
Finally, the engage that Joya was looking for. Another engage onto the top side. She has to be careful.
Followed up, Hextech ultimatum onto the Jax. This is very risky, but the use of flash would be phenomenal, and Jax would return back to safety.
Yeah, now Joya is putting on the pressure. Again, just being able to assassinate the Jace in the mid lane was huge enough for Chasing Dreams to take one tower in the mid lane, another tower in the top lane, and was even able to steal the resources from Pikachu. We did praise the Pikachu's ability to weather the storm in the early stages of the game, was able to make sure that the Jax was able to get some space, but Jebby has to be careful. She has to remember, if she goes down, so are the chances of Pikachu, because she's like the heart and soul of this team. Most of the gold is being funneled onto this Jace jungle.
Yeah, it's old. I mean, you have the Yuma's Ghostblade already. Duskblade already is there as well. So, pretty much just a statement of gold accumulation that this jungler has for Pikachu. And so far, they are 4k, 3k gold behind against CD.
They also need to buy Serpent's Fang, just as respect to the item of Joy here. The Gargoyle Stone Plate would easily be negated by the Serpent's Fang, and there's basically no Serpent's Fang user in Pikachu's side. There could be one, and that's Jebby on this Jace, but we've seen this time and time again. You have 2 armor penetration items that would just have Edge of Night as her third item.
Yeah.
So I don't think there would be anyone that will be building a Serpent's Fang on Pikachu's side.
We'll see. How would Jebby play this out? How would the items look like? Because these are very important key role and key factors into deciding like how much damage would you provide, how much significance would you do for those team fights. And right now with the Ocean Drake alive, both these teams are just hovering around the Dragon's Pit.
All right, I think this is the first time in a long while that I've seen only one Rift Herald Salmon in the game, but that's okay. Joyed starting this dragon.
And Pikachu is just around the corner. Ken uses up the package to cut off this whole team fight. That mark into the backside onto Jace. Uses up the Stasis Enchant to just buy time. But there you go. A kill traded for the objective.
Another sacrifice was made there by Chasing Dreams. I think Ken does not have Stasis yet, and that's the reason why when she went in with the package, she just absorbed a million amount of damage. Also, Lulu again. Wild Growth being available could easily upend any potential engages, but they have to be careful. Flash away is Banana in the Baron lane.
Oh, Jace, follow dog, so much damage. Crescent Guard don't knocking back a lot of these members for Pikachu, and that will be an immediate double kill for Chasing Dreams, and they're going for it. They're going for an all-in engage. Jax is in danger. This is their key player, and with Jax gone, Gragas is gonna fall, and that will be an accumulated 4 kills for Chasing Dreams.
A triple kill for Rogi, and we did say that she's not all about Akali only, right? She has the Zed. Similar playstyle for Rogi, an assassin, very good in finding the angles, and Pikachu had no business in contesting that one out. Again, the rotation coming from Chasing Dreams was not expected by Pikachu, and Pikachu losing that top tower, also losing the Baron in the process. Looks like Chasing Dreams has finally solved the dilemma of how to solve this Jace jungle problem.
Yeah, just punish. Get the kill. Problem done.
True.
Right?
Make sure you win the mid lane, right? And that's about it.
Yeah.
Again, this Gragas is not really the best mid lane that I've seen from Awin so far. I guess you can make a case that, you know what, Ari could have been better.
Yeah. And there are still like golden times that we've seen Alwyn be playing these carry AP champions, but as for this game 3, I think what they're doing is more of we want more utility. Maybe focusing on Aya as their damage dealer, but the problem is they're lacking towards the potential for Alwyn to be able to just punish Chasing Dreams with a carry champion. So we'll see though.
Yeah, and this is also what I was expecting from Chasing Dreams. They're not going to heavily rely on Joyed alone. They can play around Rogi, and this is what they've done here in game number 3. 1 tower down. It looks like we'll
Tidal Wave! 2-man knock up into the backside, no follow-up. Jax is already dead. This is their key player once again. Removed by Chasing Dreams. This is their problem. They've removed their problem. That is their solution. No inhibitors left, and Pikachu is holding for the last sliver of hope. The Nexus will be the target for CD with all minions crashing down. This is looking for the second win for Chasing Dreams in the grand finals.
1 game away from cementing another championship for the team of Chasing Dreams. Again, Open 3, Open 4 champions now on the verge, now on tournament point of getting another championship under their belt. MVP, Rogi, very well deserved.
Yeah. I mean the assassinations into the backside, the damage dealt rather of Rogi from that game 3 was phenomenal. And on top of all that, like the possessions of Rogi was amazing. Looking to pivot onto damaging Aya, damaging Jax, damaging Jace. These are key players from Pikachu that Rogi was able to punish.
Yep. One visit in the mid lane was actually enough for her to snowball out of control. Rogi is just one of the best solo laners that we have in the in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
That I've seen so far. And in this game, forget what happened on game number 2. Rogi is here to represent or reintroduce herself as one of the carries of Chasing Dreams moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the good thing about Chasing Dreams, and what we observed all throughout, and even what the prod production and observers have observed all throughout this team for Chasing Dreams, is that everyone can be MVP because of the performance, because of the capacity and their ability to excel in the Rift.
True. A 5-prong attack, you don't know where the damage is coming from. Now Joyed reintroducing herself to everyone. I know that we are so accustomed in seeing Joyed in the Dragon Lane or in the Marksman role, but she's saying she's more than that. She's the initiator now. She's the one doing the shot calls probably, and making sure that the early game will go in their favor. And so far, at least on game number 3, mission accomplished for Yugen or for Joyed.
Definitely accomplished there the change and switch in roles, but for now that is game 3 that we have seen, and we're already at match point for Chasing Dreams. But before we go into game 4, we're gonna take a short break, so don't go away.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. On the
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some
Welcome back, everyone, to the FSL Wild Rift Open 5, powered by Intel and Yahoo, the Grand Finals. With match point already for Chasing Dreams, with one game away for the championship title.
Right. Again, in the making, a three-pit in the making for most of the players that we have are Chasing Dreams. Again, from Tsuwaha to One Snap Catalyst, now donning the banners of Chasing Dreams. But nothing's changed. They have a new player that is basically playing a new role in Joyid, but still is not a problem for them. I did think, I thought that, when Pikachu had their hands on the Jace, everything would be okay now. But because of that Xin Zhao pickup, it was a lot harder for them to go through with what they wanted. Also, not to mention that Awin's play on game number 3 leaves so much to be desired. So I'm hoping that on game number 4, it will be a bounce back for the middle laner from Pikachu.
I see. So you want game 5 then?
Who doesn't want game 5, Infi? Don't you want game 5?
Of course I want game 5. This is the Grand Finals.
Oh,
for
sure.
FSL Wild Rift Open 5, right? As for the draft, though,
Yep.
what will be the expected changes that we need to look forward to for the draft of Pikachu to be able to make it back and proceed into that game 5 that you're hoping for?
Let me check the sides first. I think the sides will be Pikachu chooses blue for the first time in this Grand Finals. There will be a difference now. I think the Jace priority would still be okay. But if presented of the opportunity to snatch away the Corki from the squad of Chasing Dreams, do not hesitate in doing so. Yes, Jebby on the Jace has been very effective, but there is a possibility as well that Chasing Dreams won't pick it as their champion, right? They're playing Joyid in the jungle. And if there's one thing that I do know, or I've noticed, at least on game number 3, she wants to be the stabilizing factor in the game. So not too much on the damage. So it's more of like, a tanky / utility jungler type of role.
Yeah. So I'm really curious, like, what would the bans look like? Because if you have a similar bans that Pikachu has been doing so far, Camille is still going to be open, these champions are still going to be open. And as for the side of Chasing Dreams, if they ban away Jace, this like puts a stop mark for Pikachu on what they're supposed to do or what they're going for in this next draft. So a lot of questions up there in the sky, like what will happen, the what ifs. So we'll see if we're gonna expect something different here for game number 4. Let's jump in to picks and bans.
Oh, Karma priority for Team Pikachu. That's just to take away the karma from Gia. Again, no longer human, is
Yeah.
very proficient on this champion. Now Chasing Dreams is
Ooh.
saying, you know what? Autolose, you're wrong. We are willing to pick up the Jace for ourselves. I
Yeah.
just remember they have a very solid solo laners.
Uh-huh.
And it's possible that this Jace will go in the mid lane or in the Baron lane.
Yeah, definitely. And if ever it comes down into a jungle Jace, we're talking about Joyed here, right?
Oh, we don't have
So,
Joyed? Is that
we don't
that
have
right?
Joyed.
Oh, we don't have Joyed.
Oh, so it's Den.
Okay.
I see. Interesting switch in players here for Chasing Dreams. Here in the match point, game number 4. So maybe that's something different. And there's a pros and cons into changing players, is that there's
Mhm.
variety, right? There's a mystery behind it. What is that mystery for Chasing Dreams?
They just are very strong right now that they can field anyone from their team and won't lack power, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they're going back to their original five, the one that won the last open. Remember, it was one snap catalyst with this set of 5 players. Jones in the Baron lane, we have Dan in the jungle, Rogi in the mid lane, and then the combination of No Longer Human or Gia and Ken in the Dragon lane. So I expect the same level of confidence coming from them. They have only lost one game, Infinity, all throughout the tournament. And Chasing Dreams, I'm guessing they want to end this now in game number 4.
Yeah. I mean, the history between 4 of these players before Gio went in were from Chuaa. Right, with Ayapi during that time, and then you transition into One Snap wherein Gia came in, and then after that you have Joyade coming through now for Chasing Dreams. So a lot of history made, and team coordination for these 4 teams or for these 5 players have been so much. And now with the bans being locked in, Kha'Zix, Lee Sin removed by CD, and for Pikachu they removed that Ziggs.
I'm trying to look for what other picks is available at present right now for Pikachu. Corki has been removed. Corki is one of the champions that I'm expecting Ken to play in. Oh, okay. Well, it's no longer the Corki, but it's going to be the Ezreal. Ezreal is also as effective. It's a long range champion in the Dragon Lane, still a marksman. Is able to do huge amount of damage, but the question still persists for Pikachu. Is this the second time that we're going to see Awin on the Gragas? Because they already have the Karma, unless they were willing to play Senna.
That's true. That's true. That's still an open question there, but Kaisa will be locked in. And I want to track back a bit on the Ezreal of Chasing Dreams. Ken has played this champion in the past in Wild Rift Open 4, and her Ezreal is phenomenal. And when I mean phenomenal, I meant it. This is a really strong champion in this player's hand. So expect a lot of things from Chasing Dreams this point in time.
Okay, and then we have a traditional marksman as well. This time for Pikachu. Oh. A sneak peek into Open 6, I guess. This is the first time that we see Yone be picked up, at least for today. And you did say that yesterday no Yone was picked up as well. Oh, I think there was just one Yone that got picked up. Now Pikachu is set out to prove something, that, you know what, they're not a one-trick Jace in the jungle. I'm guessing that Jebby would be the one to play this Yone in the jungle.
Yeah, so it's another Alwyn Gragas champion.
Yep,
so
that's
they're
true.
really putting Alwyn in a position of utility, in a position that is a team fighting capable champion, is a team fighting capable player for Pikachu. And I think at this point in time, you really just have to do anything. You have to put all your eggs in one basket and put it out there, because it's going to be really, really important. Especially that Pikachu is now in a huge pressure. The Chasing Dreams is on match point.
It is indeed scary, though. Again, the performance of Awin on game number 3 isn't really optimal for their team's goal to win the championship. But as we say, you know, there is always a better tomorrow. So I guess on game number 4, Awin is on a mission here to prove that her Gragas is also an effective champion. Now, on the other side, we see Rogi on Zed once again. No Akali, no problem. So that's just show the flexibility that Chasing Dreams has right now in their 5-man squad.
Yeah, and from what you've mentioned about, you know what, there's always tomorrow, I remembered, you know, if you're not a good chat today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful. I
Yeah,
remember
of
that
course.
line from Valorant, bro. But
I
yeah,
know.
regardless, I think there is still a potential always to be useful, and I think that really applies here in this game because Gragas, yes, Alwyn would not be the best damage dealer in this draft for this grand finals game number 4, but she would be so much of a utility, so much of a team fighting capable champion.
True, true. Again, the Gragas is being under the microscope of AUTOLOSE and Infinity for a reason, and that's just because on game number 3, she was targeted down. The first gank was put over on the mid lane, and all snowball coming from Rogi's side was made possible by the gap that we saw in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Now it brings us the question: will this be a different turnout? Will this be a different performance for coming from Alwyn in the mid lane? Because they sure need to have the best and optimal performance from all their members to make sure or to push this series to game number 5.
Yeah, I like that. Game number 5, please. Chasing Dreams, Pikachu. I'm looking forward to that game 5. But remember the history between these teams. It was Chasing Dreams that brought Pikachu down in the lower bracket in the past. And as of yet, Chasing Dreams has been undefeated 2 times in a row, and some of these players have been 3P champions already, 4P champions already. So take note of that. Chasing Dreams' experience is just too much at this point in time. But as always, you can beat down the kings or the queens of Wild Rift. You can make God bleed.
That's an interesting quote coming from one of the films that didn't really do well in the blockbuster.
Oh, really?
Talking about Batman v Superman wasn't really the best film.
I think you're gonna upset a lot of fans.
No,
here
of course
also.
not. I mean, come on, Martha, let's go.
I like the
They know what
pivot.
I'm talking about. Yeah, sure. Have you watched it though?
Of course not.
And that's the reason why you are willing to claim and to use that code. But anyway, we have Rogi again
course.
against Awin here in the mid lane. And well, this is a matchup that I would say favors the Zed a lot, just because you have infinite resource. You don't really need your mana. You don't have mana to take care of. Another thing is this Gragas would elect to go defensive and go for Rod of Ages, and we all know that Rod of Ages doesn't really fully realize its potential up until the 7-minute mark or 9-minute mark of the game. So Rogi has a lot of window to make herself effective in this lane and potentially roam into the side lanes to gather and help out her teammates.
Yeah. And remember, for the new viewers coming through, for the new players of League of Legends Wild Rift, Rod of Ages has like 5-minute build time. Right now, though, Chasing Dreams is going through, looking for that engage from Pikachu. They're going in for full-on aggression. And now Yone is dead with the first blood coming through for NLH. No longer human, takes it down with a lot of gold injection for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, and that Soul Unbound play coming from Jebi in the jungle was easily read by Rogi. What she did was she waited for the soul to come back and dealt with basically a jungler that has 5% health. And yes, I know that it was the Ignite that took down the kill. Still, it's a very good play coming from Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, and even if the support took that, that's still huge value. Why?
Yep.
First of all, they were able to punish the enemy jungler. Second of all, they were still able to get that first blood, which puts a huge goal towards Chasing Dreams with a lot of assists. So overall, still good for CD.
True. You just wanted if you were Chasing Dreams, you wanted that kill over to Rogi just to hand over the buffs that was present from the jungle. But that's okay. You take those. And look at this. It was actually the blue buff that was transferred over to no longer human, which means infinite heals, infinite skills in the bot lane.
That's true. Like, look at NLH. One skill down, full mana every time. So that's really, really good when you consider that. And now that punish coming in from Yone means that Den has a little bit more advantage when it comes to rotations and jungle pathways. If you're looking at the map, they have the Rift Scuttler in the bottom side, and they're looking to take their second on top side as well.
Yeah, and now Den is going for the full wave clear on top quadrant, would be able to get her items at 4 minutes. She was spotted, but that's okay, right? There's no imminent play whatsoever on the top lane. Jones would just push out the wave and go for a reset as well for herself. So I think the tempo and the pace of the game, at least for now, Chasing Dreams is going unpunished with the summoners that was invested earlier.
Yeah, for sure. So right now, we're back into a very stale matchup. We're in after that first initial engage. Pikachu is now playing very safe because they're punished. They have to accumulate these losses coming through from the early game. But now Rogi, as soon as I've said that, that mark onto Gragas will be able to secure that kill. Level 5 ultimates, man.
I know, it's just so hard for Alwyn to control the threat that that Rogi possesses on this champion. I just don't think that Gragas is that. I don't think Gragas is the right answer against the Zed. I just don't think so.
And this is a problem that you've mentioned a while ago in game number 2, wherein Alwyn went for the Gragas as well. If Gragas goes in for a glass cannon type of build path, wherein you're going for the full AP build instead of a tanky build, you have a huge disadvantage up against Rogi because you have a lot of combos to consider. Conqueror as well for Rogi. The death mark is there to produce a lot of these burst damage from Zed. So there's just a lot of risk that Alwyn has to consider building into a glass cannon build path.
True. No Roa, even more problems to survive the all-ins coming from Rogi. And as the Gragas, you don't have any other role. You really have to face Rogi on the side lane because that's what the meta is right now. You basically put the dragon laners onto the mid lane and have your solo laners meet up on the side lanes. But you can see that Pikachu is going full aggressive here and would be able to secure a Rift Herald, no contest.
For sure. So that is really good coming to the side for Chasing Dreams. And for Pikachu, they got the Rift Herald looking for that punish onto the tier 1 turret mid lane. Tidal Wave though will be a 4-man knockup. Yone with Fate Sealed will be able to go for the knockup on the backside. Takes the kill onto Ken.
That's a proactiveness that we are looking for from Pikachu, and they were successful in not just taking down the tower in the mid lane, they were also able to take down Ken's life in the process. Very beautiful combo coming from Jeby's ultimate, the Fate Sealed, and also the Gragas, the long engage or long range damage from the explosive cast was actually enough to assassinate Ken.
Yeah, that was massive. Like the failed seal, the zones away, the 2 members from Chasing Dreams disabled them to even defend their tier 1 turret. So really huge values coming from that. But Rogi though. Oof.
This is very different from what we are accustomed in seeing, but that's okay. Because now you're seeing that they are sending Aya by herself on the side lane in a long and extended lane. Normally, when this happens, you would expect the Chasing Dreams would go for the punish, but it looks like they are the ones that is going to get punished there.
Jones is in danger. This is a 3-man roam looking to kill down Jones, but the launch along with a flash will be able to return back to safety for the Baron laner for CD.
Yep, Chasing Dreams then gets their tower in the top lane, I guess. Oh no, not yet. Tower is still alive, so they have to wait for another wave. Meanwhile, Pikachu is going to mirror that one out and take the tower for themselves in the bot lane. Still, the one big difference for Pikachu is that they were able to convert a tower in the mid lane, which is the more important tower that we have here in the game. So in this do or die, Pikachu is doing their homework, doing their diligence of at least throwing their punches and making sure to not bend their knee as early as now.
100%. I mean, we sound like a broken radio because of the constant reiteration that we do for the significance of tier 1 turrets, tier 2 turrets in the mid lane. It gives you a lot of map control and jungle control up against the enemy team.
Yep. And they also now have the queen of the late game, Kaisa, that would be able to join the fight from a mile away just because of the killer's instinct. We'll see though, because this is almost the same time in where we saw Rogi pop off with 3 kills. So with 2 items completed, this is when the Zed is at deadliest. So you could see that Rogi is now making sure that she has her presence felt by Pikachu.
Yeah, along with the Black Cleaver as well, so more sustainability for Rogi, not going for the full lethality or full penetration build.
Yep.
So far on this Zed. And Chasing Dreams looking just pressure out and given a lot of these map presence across all lanes.
no one can stand toe to toe against Rogi now. I guess you can send Banana for a 1v1 bot lane, but even Banana won't have the best time against the Zed. Especially
Yeah.
now that he has the Black Cleaver, 2 items already completed to what, 1.5 item for Banana. So Rogi has been like the win condition every single time out for Chasing Dreams.
You're absolutely right there. Chasing Dreams at the moment has been on the precipice of success, and so far Pikachu is slowly climbing up into the hill that Chasing Dreams have done all throughout the years. And right now, though, Rift Herald coming up in 8 seconds. What would potentially happen here, Otto?
Yeah. If you are Pikachu, you can elect for a very good engage by going for the Fate Heal, but they're deciding against that, and they're giving away this Rift Arrow for free. They're respecting Chasing Dreams too much, and I think it starts with Rogi.
You're right. Rift Herald immediately spawned though in the middle lane. So huge
It
pressure.
is.
They want to trade back into the tier 1 turret map control. Jones in the front lines going for the repose.
Let's end the brace.
Locks on
Okay.
in. Explosive cast. Disengage.
Where's the Fate Heal?
Not to go through. Fate Seal will lock in onto one.
Ooh.
Followed up by the flash
Wow.
body slam from Gragas. Will be able to take down 2. That's massive for Pikachu.
My God! From below, and now it's not yet done.
Yeah, Camille is there. That from above. Going through and get that kill. They lost 3 of their key champions. And Rogi is left alive, but at the cost of 3 of their teammates.
The Fate Sealed engage coming from Jubby follows through with a flash body slam, but Rogi is here.
That
Oh
mark
my
into the
God.
backside. Claria's dead. That will be a secure trade on that kill. But still, not enough. Because that is a 3-for-1, 3-for-2 trade.
Yeah, good for Pikachu to realize that Chasing Dreams acts a member, and the member that wasn't with them was their star player in Rogi. And Rogi with Rogi not present, they were able to push down 2 towers. Although, the big caveat, if you are a fan of Chasing Dreams, that you were able to secure another dragon for yourself. Also, look at the tower on the top lane. It's being pushed here by Pikachu. Another good engage from Pikachu's jungler could be the difference maker. All of a sudden, we have a series
Mark.
here.
Onto Aya, along with those shurikens, almost catches up. If that redemption enchant is no longer there, that could have been a kill for Zed.
So, Rocky is so good in putting in the pressure. Yes, she was not able to assassinate Aya, but that's okay, right? Just as long as your threat is ever so present, especially now that she's, halfway reaching level 13, in where her cooldown ultimates will be less than 20 seconds, or maybe around 20 seconds. That will be the time in where you won't mind, even if your ultimate gets stasis. The only thing you want to do, even if your opponent has stasis enchants, is to put in the pressure to make sure that they are going to be scared of your initiations. And so, Rogi right now, again with 10,000 gold in her disposal, she's basically the win condition for Chasing Dreams. If Pikachu can negate and can assassinate Rogi in one of these clashes, things could go in the favor of Pikachu, and we could be at the precipice of a Game 5.
Absolutely. And look at that. Rogi, at this point in time, has already locked in onto the Triforce.
Trinity
So,
Force.
3 item power spike secured.
Yep. A dueling
For
Zed.
Rome, Yone is in danger. A lot of poke damage. Rogi
My
goes
God.
into the backside, goes in. Claria is dead. That's already a double kill for Chasing Greens. And they're looking for their third. Gragas is stuck in the middle as that's a double kill for Dan.
That's the difference when they have Rogi with them. When they start the fight, Rogi's damage is just so absurd right now. 3 item power spike. Now it's knocking down the inhibitor turret in the bot lane. Infinity.
Oh, they're
Chasing Dreams
canceling.
breaks open the base of Pikachu.
Whoa, I was so scared there for a second. Fiora was able to cancel the recall. Kaiso was left alone in the base.
Could have been the finish. Could have been the finishing touches, but they had to respect the golden nexus. Oh, no longer human. Cancel the recall. Chasing Dreams will go home. Spend those unspent gold. Could go for a play, a 4-1 split push, in where they would focus down this Baron while sending one to be a decoy in the Dragon lane. We'll see. Claria was able to put in some vision, at least for now, but Scrying Plume, I believe, would detect that one out, or maybe not.
Oh, wrong direction. Well, misdirection, not the wrong direction. It was still good to check out the potential death rushes that Pikachu might be going for. But
Look at
Yone
Rogi.
now in the backside misses up. That just the knockoff
Oh, Aya's
coming
dead.
in, and now Aya with the death mark coming in. Rogi
Rogi's
is potentially dead, as that will be a kill coming in for the ADC of Pikachu. And now then locked in onto the Hextech Ultimatum, followed up by the Camille. This is just a huge turnaround from Pikachu, as that will be a triple for this team.
And now Pikachu is in the process of defending the tower, defending the base on the bot side. Would they have enough time for a Baron takedown? The answer is no. At 20 seconds, most of the members of Chasing Dreams is going to revive. But you could see the win condition here for Chasing Dreams. The win condition for Chasing Dreams is to ride Rogi's presence. And if you are Pikachu, if you take away Rogi out of the equation, the chances of them winning would just be so high. Another catch. Jones. Oh my god.
Oh, Jia uses up the flash though. Tidal wave to disengage, but she's stuck. That is 3 members looking to kill her. The root is there, coming in from the tether of Karma with the
Aya?
Transcendence Embrace. That will be a short kill by Aya, chasing Dreams in the backside with Yoni coming in. That will be a knockup, but the trade will be locked in. A 2-for-1 for now. Rogi coming into the fray, into the backside, looking to kill down Claria, but the shadows will be putting Rogi back to safety. But this is not over, as Den uses up her Protobell to catch up. The end, it's a 2-for-2 trade. Even level playing field so far.
Rogi is smurfing here, Infinity. Just, you know, the level of confidence that Rogi has in her mechanics. Going in, going out, and of course has the backup of her teammates. Then would be able to get her hands as well on the blue buff of Pikachu. Again, taking away the resources from Pikachu. 3 dragons in the making for Chasing Dreams. The Mountain Dragon will spawn up in 20 seconds. You could feel the pressure from Chasing Dreams side. They want to make sure that Pikachu would crumble down and fall, and they're doing just the right amount of pressure to do so.
Absolutely. This is looking very, very intense for both teams. Huge pressures on the shoulders of Pikachu as well. What do they have to do? Because even at that state, even if they were able to get a kill lead up against CD, they're still at a huge goal deficit.
30k behind, 2 dragons behind, and now Jones is splitting the map like she's supposed to do. Rogi again is the biggest wild card here for Chasing Dreams. If she gets her hands on primary targets of Pikachu, the chances of Pikachu... Oh my god! Oh no, this is
going for the shadows. That mark on the Camille rather. Hextech Ultimatum with the lock in onto Jones, but still a kill secured. And now when it comes to the dragon, Jace will be killed, but that is in trade of a 2 kills coming in.
It's a flash that was invested, and now the tower is just being broken apart here by Chasing Dreams. Top lane tower down. CD now has basically secured 2 open inhibitors for the side of Pikachu. They are on the chase here, Infi.
Now from the backside, going in for the flank. Rogi goes for the death mark. Yona is down. Make it another. It's double kill already for the assassin of Chasing Dreams. They're looking to go and reach for the stars.
The Baron is open for the taking as well. Ken and company knows what's up. No contest whatsoever can be done here. No smite for Pikachu. And then 4 people alive here for Chasing Dreams. They can just take this down. Unless Aya has something to say.
Aya is there alone. Tidal wave disengages onto Camille. And so far that negates the potential engage coming in from Pikachu. And that's really massive. Just baiting out the TP.
Yep, that's true. That's still this information gathered by Chasing Dreams. And they could do a take 2. Remember, they still have unspent gold. They could do 2 things. 1, wait for the Elder Dragon, or number 2, force down the Baron. With 2 inhibitors open for the side of Pikachu, they won't have as much freedom to contest this Baron. They don't have priority all across the map. And, you know, going for objectives without priority is just like a suicide that would go in the favor of your opponent.
Well, I mean, Suicide Squad was a winner in that movie, so maybe.
Yeah, well, that's true. Suicide Squad 2, though. It's not the first one was a flop.
Yeah, I guess. So we'll see if that could be reflected into this game. But so far, 1 team fight alone can change the whole game. Chasing Dreams, if they win a 5v5, they get the ace. Remember, 2 inhibitors were down.
Yep.
they could definitely finish
Flank.
the game. Fate sealed, but Stasis Enchant will deny it along with the repose. 2-man knockup with a tidal wave.
Yep.
Now puts
That's it.
Pikachu's HP
Oh,
at
look
a
at
very low
Rogi.
state. And Rogi on the right flank going in. Denmark denies onto it, but the Shurikens will still land the finishing blow.
Rogi's mechanics is just on a different level. Inhumane. Just finding the right angle. Even Aya. Oh no, Aya is down for the count here, Infi.
Hexic Ultimatum, GA is going to be popped onto Dan, down Chasing Dreams, is looking to get those kills. Denmark onto Gragas will secure it, and now they are left with 2 members left for Pikachu. Chasing Dreams may end the game, and this is GG's, and your champion for Wild Rift Open 5 is Chasing Dreams.
What a way to cement another championship for Chasing Dreams squad. Open 3, Open 4, and now Open 5. Your champions, Chasing Dreams. What a way to end that game. Again, that was because of the pressure that was made available by the 2 pushing waves, and Jones again with the finishing touches. Just go for the Nexus.
It's so good, AUTOLOSE. It's so good. Like how Rogi played all throughout that game was phenomenal. It was crazy to say the least. And with that, this team is now on a 3-peat win in Wild Rift Open 5, in Wild Rift Open 4, and Wild Rift Open 3. And on top of all that, you have to consider that Gia has been like 4P champion already, 5P champion already.
Really? So
Yeah,
Gia's
because
like
they won Open 2, Open 3. That was
how about Open? How
GS
about
Aries.
Open 1?
Open 1 was NSL. So
Okay.
so at this point, it is like 4P champions. See,
So-
Gia.
Gia. So Gia has been like the biggest MVP so far this tournament. And
Yeah.
back to back tournaments, and Chasing Dreams. Again, it's not their first rodeo here in Wild Rift Open 5. But when their roster was revealed for everyone in the public, we did say that, hey, you know what? This team was built to dominate not just FSL, but also other tournaments. We're looking at SEA Games. And this is actually a good start. Joyid on game number 1 was unstoppable on the Lucian. On game number 3 was auto-filled in the jungle and was still very effective. And on game number 4, Chasing Dreams did elect to go back to their original 5 and was also able to end the dreams of their opponent.
Yeah, and it's tried and tested, right? I mean, the history of these teams, Gia, 4-time champion now, the rest of the crew, 3-time champion. Yugen now is also what, 2-time champion consistent? 2-3 time. So I think there's a lot to take in. There's a lot to consider here when it comes to this team. The power of Chasing Dreams on this team is going to be dominant, not just today, but for the future.
Remember, guys, it's not just them that has the opportunity to show themselves or show the world what they're capable of. The next time that FSL will have their tournament posted, make sure to join the tournament, because sometime soon, there needs to be one good challenger against this team, and maybe it's you, maybe it's your squad.
Oh, definitely, right? There is always that opportunity to bring down the queens of Wild Rift. And congratulations once again to Chasing Dreams for winning the whole Wild Rift Open 5 in a dominant fashion. So last thing, can we look at the bracket to just see the history of what these teams came from the upper bracket and the lower bracket?
There you go. Just one loss in the entirety of the tournament, from upper quarterfinals to the grand finals, and of course, there's even the qualifiers that we don't have information about. But you could see the dominance all throughout from day 1 up until today. Chasing Dreams is just the runaway strongest team in FSL Wild Rift Open 5.
Definitely a wild ride for Wild Rift Open 5, and we're looking for more here. Chasing Dreams, really strong team, really strong players, and hopefully we could see more of them in the foreseeable future. And that's about it for Wild Rift Open 5 powered by Intel and Yahoo. Thank you very much for making this tournament possible. Once again, my name is Infinity, and this is AUTOLOSE. We're your shoutcaster, and it was such a great honor to be your shoutcaster for this tournament.
GG.
Into pieces I fall when I collect myself. You better